never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. 60 Republican congressmen, led by new House Speaker Mike Johnson, take time to tour the southern border in Eagle Pass, Texas.
From California to Maryland, from Michigan to Florida, every state in America is now a border state.
Meanwhile, the White House is piling blame on Republicans.
Speaker Johnson continues with the House Republicans to make this a political issue.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that Republicans rejected President Biden's supplemental funding request, but Republicans argue there also needs to be significant policy changes to slow down the flow of immigrants. Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State says she believes former President Trump is an insurrectionist, while at the same time likely including his name on primary ballots in that state anyway. Secretary of State Jena Griswold spoke out on Wednesday. At the same time, though, Colorado's deadline to finalize presidential primary ballots is Friday, and Griswold is not bound by a Colorado Supreme Court's earlier decision to keep Trump's name off the ballot, at least not yet. The issue is being resolved in the courts. Biden administration officials, including those at the U.S. State Department, say they don't know who was behind the attack inside Iran Wednesday that left 100 people dead. The Israel-Hamas war turning global continues to be a fear amongst those in D.C.
Both inside Israel, whether it be in the north or whether it be in the West Bank or outside of Israel, in other countries in the region.
The death toll continues to rise in the wake of this week's large earthquake in Japan. There are now at least 73 people confirmed dead after the magnitude 7.5 quake shook western Japan on New Year's Day. Roughly 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The same global initiative under the UN, which sought to correct COVID disinformation online, is now shifting focus to combating climate disinformation.
At the Department of Global Communications, this will be a key preoccupation as we adapt the United Nations Verified Initiative.
The UN's Undersecretary for Global Communications, Melissa Fleming, she says the initiatives will be targeted at ensuring digital literacy for youth, as well as sending out UN info blasts about climate. Similar messaging efforts were taken during the COVID-19 pandemic. SpaceX founder Elon Musk is the focus of a National Labor Relations Board complaint filed against the aerospace company. The company is being accused of firing 8 employees who publicly criticized the billionaire tech entrepreneur and their boss in a 2022 letter. The letter was in relation to sexually suggestive tweets made by Musk, along with criticism about how his statements did not match with company policy. There's been no immediate response from SpaceX, noted on the filing. Multiple charges against Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, are being dropped by a judge in Kansas. He was accused of forcibly kissing the owner of an Overland Park restaurant back in 2023. Jackson Mahomes, now a social media influencer, still faces 1 misdemeanor, which will go to trial in March. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, it must be that time once again. Showtime. Here we go. Are you ready for a Friday? Yes, indeed. Ready or not, here it comes. As we will turn the page, rolling into the first weekend of the new year. First, we got to get through that 5th day of January. But yeah, weekend. Gonna be a cold weekend. And for some, it's gonna be a snowy or maybe a stormy weekend. First things first, though, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear night, 20 degrees outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. I guess a cold night. But yes, indeed, winter is here. Been talking for days and days about this big storm heading toward the I-95 corridor, snarling traffic in the Northeast. All right, it's finally coming together. Beginning to see some snowfall returns. Some of the first heavier snow bands pushing into Dodge City, Kansas. South central, southwestern Kansas at this hour. You've got light to moderate snow extending from just east of Denver, Colorado, down through Pueblo. Some snow shower activity down into portions of central and eastern New Mexico tonight. It's a lot of rain, though, through central Oklahoma. Rain, rain, rain. From Oklahoma City, you get into a really heavy band of rain from right about Wichita Falls, Texas, extending heavy rains in that zone between Abilene and Dallas. Not much happening in Dallas right now, just spotty showers, but that heavy rain's coming your way. And that heavy band extends all the way down to just west of Killeen and even Austin, Texas. So here it is. It's all coming together from Thursday night to Friday night as we speak. The drenching rains and gusty thunderstorms begin impacting areas of the Gulf Coast as the storm advances then northeast toward the mid-Atlantic. Saturday into Sunday, it'll strengthen as it dumps snow and ice. Going to be a lot of ice in here as well in a zone from the central Appalachians all the way up to New England. Forecasters caution the heaviest snow taking aim from northeastern Pennsylvania to central and southern New England, areas where nearly a foot of snow is anticipated. Travel conditions, obviously, can rapidly deteriorate throughout Saturday and Saturday night as the snow and ice spread across the region. Saturday to Sunday, a swath where enough snow to shovel and plow is projected to fall from the Smoky Mountains to part of northern New England, a pretty decent swath there. We're talking 6 to 12 inches collecting from the higher terrain in northern West Virginia, western Maryland, and southwestern Pennsylvania. As the storm gains strength and moisture from the Atlantic, it then begins to unload snow at a heavy, steady rate from northeast PA to the middle and lower part of the Hudson Valley to central and southern New England. 6 to 12 inches common there. Storm totals may approach 20 inches in some areas. Hourly snowfall rates in that zone may be in excess of an inch per hour. That's going to be enough to overwhelm some of the city and highway departments trying to clear the roads. So if you're on the roads during the height of the storm, you may be at risk of getting stuck or stranded out there. Now, we do have to, after a relatively mild December in the Northeast, this weekend storm's going to be a big snap back to reality for a lot of folks as the heart of winter is rapidly approaching. Any accumulating snow can result in significant travel slowdowns. This storm, we know, may have a greater impact than others of similar magnitude because it's just been such a long time since many of these folks have seen anything more than an inch of snow. It's going to take people a bit to reorient themselves to driving in winter weather and otherwise dealing with the snow. This is typically experienced anytime you deal with the first snow of the season on any given year, but it's kind of amplified since this is the first time in several years. Now, a few inches of snow or more may occur along the 95 corridor from New York City to Boston. That'd be the most snow in some of these cities since back in early 2022. Accumulations then ramp up, as they often do, north and west of the 95 in the mid-Atlantic. A few inches for some of the northern and western suburbs. Not too far to the north and west of New York City, though. You'll see exponentially higher snowfall from the strengthening storm. Of all the major cities along 95, Boston, you're in the position to maybe pick up 4 to 8 inches from this storm. Heavier amounts to the west of the city. It depends on where you see some mixing of sleet and rain, which would decrease accumulations. The icy side is that cold air is pulled southward. A mixture of snow, sleet, and freezing rain is going to spread over portions of far eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, right up through eastern West Virginia and western Virginia. We could see some ice storm warnings. Right now it's winter storm watches for those areas, but the ice threat is mainly expected to be elevation dependent. Locations surrounding the Smokies to the Blue Ridge Mountains may see the greatest risk for dangerous ice buildup. So obviously roads, sidewalks become very slippery. But the big concern with the ice, the freezing rain, is the power outages, tree branches, power lines coming down. Obviously, you're being urged to exercise extreme caution as roads that may appear to be just wet may be coated with hazardous ice underneath. Already, as the storm is coming together, as we mentioned out west, snow is falling at a moderate pace. We saw some heavy snow over the mountains of northern New Mexico. Had a wintry mix at some of the lower elevations, including Albuquerque. Overnight tonight, Thursday night into Friday, that snow spreads into parts of northwestern Texas, the Oklahoma Panhandle, and southeastern Colorado. Much of Kansas begins to be overtaken by snow as well. It picks up in intensity tonight. Across southeastern New Mexico into southeast Kansas, some warmer air filtering in out of the Gulf. It's kind of holding back the advancement of the cold air. But Thursday night into Friday, you'll see that wintry mix. It's not going to be it's not the end of the world. It's not a snowpocalypse. Generally 2 to 6 inches across much of the region, including Santa Fe, New Mexico, and Wichita, Kansas. Localized amounts up to a foot across the higher elevations in New Mexico and southern Colorado. So you're going to deal with some slippery conditions, I-25, I-40, parts of the I-70 corridors in that region. As the storm was swinging through the southwest, it dropped just over 5 inches of snow in Flagstaff during the evening hours there Wednesday into Thursday. Sometimes the snow was coming down at about an inch an hour. But as the storm departs the southern high plains, makes its way east, snow is going to spread across the central and eastern U.S. And we already shared what we're anticipating. Snow zone, it's going to shrink pretty significantly as it moves to the lower middle Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley Friday into early Saturday. Then it really ramps up when it heads to the northeast and taps into the Atlantic moisture there. Breakdown on our travelers' weather tonight. So as I mentioned, aside from the areas which are seeing some snow and some heavy rain slowing things down right there in the south central U.S., pretty much most of the country's looking pretty good tonight. We do have a little, some snow showers returns up into parts of central and south central New York tonight. Maybe a few flakes of snow falling around Buffalo and Rochester, New York. Not enough to prompt any sort of advisories or travel advisories in that region at this point in time, though. So welcome, Philly Dad. Hello from the city of brotherly love, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. We're praying for Perry High School there in the state of Iowa. School shooting, 1 dead, 5 injured, I believe, this past day. A 16 or 17-year-old died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, ultimately, again, shooting at the high school there. Just first or second day of school at that particular location, I believe, after the New Year's break. Hello, Steve. Morning. The entire overnight crew and the truckers that keep things moving out there on the highways from Mr. Thompson. Hello, Gilligan. Hello, fellow listeners. We're driving under the stars in Natural Bridge, Virginia. It's cold, breezy, 26 degrees, but happy Friday. Everybody keep it shiny side up. You got it there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello, Larry. Dipsy Driver, what's going on? Hello, Steve, the most informed audience. Ladies and gentlemen, a very chilly 20 degrees here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Special shout-out to Miss Millie, who I consider the guardian angel of the overnight drive family and a dear friend. Thank you, Steve. Hotshot Secret, Gold Eagle Nation, for all the friends I've spoke to or chatted with. Hopefully, I might be able to meet some of them personally, in person, soon. But have a great show, as always. Little nippy tonight. Pappy, 23 degrees out here, southwestern side of Hamilton County, Ohio. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is Mr. Steve Summers in the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. Mic in hand, soundtrack a-rolling, and all of us nocturnal listeners are going to keep it rolling between the spotted and the solid tonight. You got it. 844-844-3388 is that number. TGI, baby, let it roll. Are you with me?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. As the Friday rolls in, hello to Zorro. Zorro checking in this morning. Good to have you with us. There's Brett McCory. Hello. Now, on down the line, let me see here. Well, us folks saying, definitely prayers for the students, the faculty there at Perry High School. Hello, Jeffrey, New York City. Morning, Mr. Summers. Your show's the highlight of my day. Okay, that's quite the compliment. Thank you very much. Bidu, hello. Check it in. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew. Have a good weekend, everybody. Renegade, here. Be safe, everybody. I'm taking the day off, so enjoy your weekend when you get around to it. Shorty, I-77, northbound Whiteville, Virginia tonight. It's 30 degrees as we are Columbus bound tonight. Okay, 844-844-3388. Copy the mail, 5-7. And one day closer to what might it be?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Hello, Captain Ron.
How are you?
Friday, doing well. Thank you much.
Yep. Well, it's back to work for Brain Dead.
That's true. Yeah, Monday.
Yeah, it's his Monday. His greatest day of the week.
Uh-huh.
So, if Trump isn't on the ballot, what does that mean, really? I mean, can't we just write in whoever... Hasn't there always been that option to just write in a candidate?
Yes, there has. Someone, I've heard, I can't confirm, but somebody said as far as the Colorado situation is concerned, that they're not supposedly even going to allow a write-in for Trump. I don't know how they could do that, but
I don't know how they can do that. They would have to get rid of that whole option, wouldn't they?
Right.
I would think. I don't know. I always wondered. I couldn't understand what the real big deal is if we can write in a candidate that we want. I thought we've always had that option.
Absolutely.
Well, that's all I had for tonight. Really. Yeah, other than Monday night to watch my Wolverines beat up on them Huskies.
Yeah, Monday, the greatest day of the week. That'll be the greatest day of the week for you, especially if they can pull out the victory.
Greatest day of the week, right. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, I thank you for taking my call and have a good weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Well, I'm just doing a quick search here, and I found kind of the breakdown as far as your question of writing Trump in. Newsweek reported here, just going back just before Christmas. Supporters of former President Trump have taken to social media to say they'll cast write-in votes for him after Colorado removed him from the presidential primary ballot. But their plan has a major flaw. It says here the court's ruling also bars the Colorado Secretary of State from counting any write-in votes for Trump. Colorado's highest court in the 4-3 decision declaring Trump ineligible under the Constitution, blah, 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 right? First time in history. We knew all of that. The court stayed its decision until January 4 or until the Supreme Court rules on the case. Deadline for the state to print its presidential primary ballot is today, January 5. So we'll see. I know that they've petitioned to the Supreme Court. I haven't seen anything where they've taken it up at this point, but yeah, so the secretary has been ordered do not count any votes for Trump in Colorado. It's absolute insanity. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let me see. Sundance got a traffic update. What's going on out there tonight? Happy Friday first.
Hey, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yeah, we got, they've tearing down an overpass at exit 86 on 65 South in Kentucky at Elizabethtown. And it's 3 lanes into one. Then you got to get off at exit 86, the new exit right there where the Petro is. So you can get off at exit 91 and get on 31W South and run it down to the Pilot, which is exit 222, and then you can cut across that way to get around that. It's about a 3-mile back up when I come through there.
Okay.
And then when you get down to the Kentucky-Tennessee line, you got a 1 lane right there at where the rest area is, and then it opens right up. I don't even know why they got barrels there, but
okay.
Anyway, it's like a quarter mile. But all right. So I'm going through this court case. I want to talk to, and I'm trying to get a feel for what would be fair, because they're kind of wanting to settle. They don't want to show me the contract freight rates, right? And because there's a whole lot of stealing going on, and because they took $1, well, they took $2 off the top right away on the contract freight, and each owner got $1 a mile before they even started taking 30%. So I got them for embezzlement. I've got them for putting me out of business. My truck grossed $400,000, but I only got to keep 180 of the 400. Now my expenses are only $1.03 a mile. That was fuel, truck, everything. I went through and did all my numbers. So, and I averaged $3.10 a mile for every mile I run on the hub. Which, I mean, like I said, I was in a dream job in this industry, but they were just stealing way too much. They wanted to put me, keep me hungry at $2 a mile. That's what it ended up, I getting paid. And then after my expenses, I was taking home $1 out of $3.10 a mile. So I'm trying to figure out what the drivers would think would be fair, because I had a 10-year plan with just one truck would have been a $2 million. That's what that was my net on the numbers that I got when I got there. And that was based on their numbers of $3 a mile. Come to find out, I found out from other sources through the back channels and friends that I had what the rates really were. And during their deposition, they found out that I knew some stuff that they didn't think. They sent me false paperwork before that, and when I come up with the new stuff, and my lawyer, they started talking a different tune. So I'm just trying to figure out if I had a 10-year plan with one truck, and I wanted to go to 5 to 10 because I could pay a driver about $120,000 a year, make 50, 60 myself. That was my retirement plan after 10 years, and I might have even gone more. But based on one truck, I was looking at $2 million net, and they put me out of business by stealing, because I'm not going to work out here for $70,000 a year.
Right.
Not going to do it. So, and I was running hard. I run 155,000 miles on an ELD. You know, I gave it everything I had. I gave up my family for 2 years, and the numbers just wasn't working at the end because of the way they were doing the fuel surcharge, taking it off the load, you know, then putting it back on later. You know, when you take that fuel surcharge off, when that last year my fuel surcharge was $78,000. They took that $78,000 off of the load and then multiplied it. So that was like $50,000 that I didn't get paid for, based on, you know, the 70% thing.
So what are you ultimately trying to? I mean, obviously with the lawsuit, what are you trying to get out of them? What you felt would have been your appropriate pay, and then some penalties or damages.
Yeah. Well, just what I was expecting to make. I mean, they had good customers and they had a strong relationship. It was probably their cousins that they had the freight with.
Yeah.
So I know they had a good connection there. So and they ain't going nowhere, and everybody uses that stuff, and it's not seasonal.
Okay.
So I was running all
right. Well, hey, we got to pause there, but we return on a Friday after this.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is pushing back on border security as Republicans toured border crossings near Eagle Pass, Texas on Wednesday. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that Republican lawmakers...
What they're doing is they're not doing their job. They want us to deliver on things that matter to them.
Republicans argue, though, there also needs to be significant policy changes within the administration to slow down the flow of immigrants. And there is much anticipation today about the impending release of the Epstein list, 170 unredacted names of people that were connected to the Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking ring could be released as soon as today. The list could have some very powerful individuals' names on it, but it's believed several of the identities included will remain anonymous for various reasons. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we talked about it several weeks ago, and here's, shall we call it, the rest of the story. As part of an effort to take drunk and distracted drivers off the road, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is working to develop a proposal that would require impaired driving prevention technology on all new passenger vehicles. They are scheduled to publish the advanced notice of proposed rulemaking today, Friday, January 5, in the Federal Register, aimed at gathering the necessary information to develop performance requirements for the technology. In this case, the rulemaking does not apply to commercial motor vehicles. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 13,384 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in 2021. Alcohol-impaired driving is a major cause of crashes and fatalities on America's roadways. Now, they put out a 105-page notice. They've been actively involved in addressing alcohol-impaired driving since the 1970s. Recent developments in vehicle technology present new opportunities to further reduce drunk and impaired driving crashes and fatalities or eliminate them altogether. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said several technologies have the potential to detect such impairment as alcohol, drowsiness, and distraction. However, they also acknowledge there are several technological challenges, including distinguishing between different impairment states, avoiding false positives, and determining appropriate prevention countermeasures. Now, the rulemaking does not tackle drugged driving due to technology immaturity and the lack of testing protocols. This advance notice of proposed rulemaking will help gather information about the state of technology to detect impaired driving, about how to deploy such technology safely and effectively. Now, Congress supposedly directed them to initiate the rulemaking as part of the 2021 infrastructure bill. The law says the Traffic Safety Administration should issue a new regulation only if it meets the requirements of the National Traffic Motor Vehicle Safety Act, which states that a proposed standard must be reasonable, practicable, and reduce traffic crashes and associated deaths. So what next? At what time today? I'm not sure they'll be published. We'll say midday. Once the notice is published in the Federal Register, they will have a 60-day comment period in a variety of areas, including privacy, security considerations, and consumer acceptance. Now, for those who would be inclined to comment, as always, it would be the website regulations.gov, G-O-V. We already do have a docket number, which you need to input on the search when you go to the regulations.gov website. If you want to jot it down, it's NHTSA for National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. NHTSA-2022-0079. Again, to be published today in the Federal Register. I just have a sneaky suspicion that a lot of the general populace out there will feel like that's an intrusion on their privacy, right? We'll see where it goes. But well, it's a new year. And good morning to, well, would that be the right-wing nut?
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah. Happy New Year, everybody out there. I'll tell you what, I left Albuquerque earlier this morning. Ooh, what a storm. It was a mess. Get up to Bloomfield, New Mexico, dry. Heading up to Utah, dry. So I guess that storm kind of petered out above a certain level. So. Yeah. I was talking to Heatwave earlier. You know that Walmart that they got there where Heatwave lives? Well, they got another issue going on. The cartels coming in from Mexico are targeting young ladies. Excuse me. From about the age of what that old boy Jeff, whatever the hell his name was, the one that suicided himself in New York City. What the hell was that boy's name?
Yeah, Epstein, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. Epstein, yeah. They're looking for women 25 and under to become, well, I guess Epstein's salt of the earth, so to speak. And they had a shooting over there. So I mean, they're trying to burn down the store, or they're trying to just, so the old boy that got shot got hit in the arm because they were trying to steal his truck. And yeah, that's apparently, according to Heatwave, it's just going to hell in a handbasket out there. But you heard New Mexico went ahead and put a, what they call it, not a travel ban, but a travel warning for anybody in New Mexico going to Texas on account of Texas immigration bill that became law that they're going to start working on starting March 1st of this year.
Is that the one where they're going to arrest people that are illegally in the country?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Well, they said it's not the Texas governor's job. It belongs to the feds. And it's like, well, how many times have we said that? And y'all said, oh, we want these people in here. Well, you can have the crime-ridden bunch of people. I don't care to deal with them. But, I mean, hell, even the federal government's trying to sue Texas over that, saying that's a federal job.
Yeah, right.
Well, ain't that an indictment on the feds?
And they're doing such a great job. They're doing a great job, aren't they?
Well, that toilet bowl cleaner, what's that girl's name? Cringe Pion? Is that her name? The spokeswoman for the White House?
Yeah, Jean-Pierre. Corinne Jean-Pierre, yes.
Yeah, Cringe. Yeah, that's the one, yeah. I mean, she's up there slapping her damn gums saying, well, it's the Republicans that are holding things up.
I heard that. Can you believe she actually said that?
Oh, goodness. Well, anything that comes out of a Democrat's mouth ain't even worth fertilizer putting in the ground. I mean, just absolute crapola. So, I don't know. I give Governor Abbott kudos there for doing the job that no one else wants to handle. And you heard that the Chicago mayor was fussing about all these midnight flights into Chicago and the bus rides. And I got to thinking about it, saying, you know, Biden did that, and y'all were just applauding it. And now the flotsam and jetsam of humanity is now coming to your doorstep, and you're fussing because you ain't got the money to take care of. Well, who in the hell does? I mean, really. We can't even take care of our own people here, and then we're giving these people $9,000 checks a month. Oh, I tell you what, it kind of makes you want to go out there and say, I rescind my citizenship. Where's my $9,000 a month? Oh, I tell you what, it's just terrible, terrible stuff, terrible stuff.
Well,
anyway,
meanwhile, on the brighter side, I was going to ask, how was your New Year's? Did you have a big celebration, big party to ring in the new year?
Well, I hate to say it, but I was enjoying the cigars and the adult beverages, and hell, I passed out about 5 p.m. I missed the party.
Okay.
But yeah, but I felt the effects of it the next day. Talk about a head stomper. Oh, that hurt. So, anyways, yeah, I swore off alcohol. What they call this month, dry month. Yeah. So it's gonna be a lot of coffee for me, along with the coughing. I sure could use a tall,
somebody suggested
caffeinated beverage right about now.
And a cough drop, maybe. A cough drop might help.
Oh, only if it's got a lot of codeine in it, take care of this cough. So, anyways, well, I was talking to Miss Millie the other day, and she said she enjoyed hearing me on the radio, so I figured I'd give her some props. Hello, Miss Millie. Have yourself a good night. I guess I'm going to ahead and let you go. I got some stuff in front of me I got to take care of, so y'all have yourselves a good night, and we'll holler at y'all later.
All right, a new year, and the right-wing nut is on board. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. 74 days till spring, though. That weekend forecast is giving a lot of meteorologists heartburn right now. Even with the messy forecast, groceries and other essentials will have to run. So got my regular run tonight. It's clear, 25 degrees along I-71 in the Bluegrass. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 31 degrees, snow on the way, they tell us. Sitting at the home 20 tonight, so let it snow. Everybody have a good morning. That's, I guess, a good place to be, right? When it's snowing out, just sit back, relax, throw another fire on the log there, Norman. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia with us, 29 degrees, 29 all the way down in Ackworth. Wow, Burr. Got to get up early to help one of my contractors load a couple skids on his van, then take our main power, our printer, rather, to the shop again. It ain't printing dark enough. Last time I took it in about a year ago, cost me about $500. But that's cheaper than the new one of that size. Anyway, going to be unloading my local tomorrow afternoon instead of day because my help had previous plans. Yeah, I learned today my friend's mom from our childhood had passed away today. Growing up, she was very good to us. She was the wife of my dear friend Emerson, who passed away a few years ago. Doubt I can make it to the funeral, which is up near Columbus, Ohio. But my brother will be able to. So have a great night out there, a better weekend, and everybody be careful. Thank you very much. All right. Sorry about the loss of a friend there. Brain dead. Morning, Steve. And as Captain Rod said, Captain Ron, happy Monday to me. Checking in from a store just to the east of Memphis. It's a balmy 26 degrees here. Hey, I sent you a first nominee or the first nominees for our Dumbass of the Week this year. I'll try to check in later as time goes on, get this slow-moving grocery truck across town to the warehouse and see what other kind of punishment they can find for me today. All right, Ice Cream Man checks in from Tulare, California tonight. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, in the state of Indiana, the Hoosier state. As we get the new year underway, Indiana lawmakers are pushing forward bills that would ban driverless semi-trucks from Indiana roadways. Senate Bill 57, House Bill 1022, introduced as part of the 2024 legislative session. All right, the identical bills, they tell us, forbid the use of self-driving truck technology on Indiana roads unless there is a human driver in the cab of the vehicle. Let's see, from the digest of the bills, provides that an automated tractor-trailer may not be operated on a highway to transport passengers or goods unless a human operator who meets all state and federal qualifications to operate a tractor-trailer is physically present in the automated tractor-trailer to monitor the performance of the automated tractor-trailer and take control of all or part of the automated tractor-trailer's operation if necessary. Provides that an automated tractor-trailer operated in Indiana must meet federal motor vehicle standards and regulations. You've got Representative Cindy Ledbetter, Senator James Tomes, Senators Vanetta Becker, and Senator Mark Mesmer. Ledbetter said that the bill would, or bills, plurally, would protect truck driving jobs. He also suggested that automated truck technology is vulnerable to hackers. As the industry gets more connected and more data is shared, cyber threats are a very big possibility, and we wouldn't want anybody with malicious intent to gain access to these semis. Speaking to WISH Television, similar legislation we had touched on was introduced in California last year. Despite the support it received from the highway safety groups and even the Teamsters, that was vetoed by California Governor Newsom there. See where it goes in the state of Indiana. But meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. You say you very well may be the second smartest man in the world. Because everybody knows Doc Holliday.
You're on.
Doc Holliday's the smartest.
Could possibly be the smartest man in the world, yes. So anyways, I don't know if you noticed or not, but on the news there, did you notice that they were broadcasting, talking about that list there of people that probably went to the Epstein Island or whatever there? That list is coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And did you notice that the news reporter was possibly pointing towards the anonymous hippopotamus might be on that list?
I didn't necessarily catch that
Say
part.
that there was some high-profile names and some anonymous ones.
Oh, yes.
Is he implying the anonymous hippopotamus might be on that list?
Could be. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll have to check for the redactions and see where all that ends up at. I don't know. So anyways, hey, like probably a lot of other people, I'd like to nominate Miss Millie for one of Pappy's big cookies there. She, I don't know, she seems to have adopted us, pretty much all of us that listen to your show and takes special care of us out here. So I believe that Miss Millie deserves one of Pappy's big cookies there. So maybe we can make that happen for the weekend there. She'll have the weekend to digest it there. How about it?
There you go.
But anyways, so and I do have I'm already behind in my thank yous, Your Honor. So if people have done something special for me there, and they all know who they are, and they haven't received their thank you yet, it's not because I'm not getting it to them. It's just because I haven't gotten to the point of getting it to them, and that's my fault. And I'm always behind in them, but they're greatly appreciated for what's been done. So anyways, here I might be possibly the second smartest man in the world, because I might have the answer, Your Honor. I think I have the answer to solve the problem. Now, we're talking about these electronic vehicles there. We talked about them last night and that. And what is the problem with the electronic vehicle? The EV. What is the problem with the EV? It needs to be recharged, right?
Absolutely.
Isn't that the problem? It needs to be recharged.
The lack of the charging infrastructure.
So exactly. But I've come up with two solutions to take care of this problem, and one of them you possibly could have used, and the other one I'll absolutely guarantee you've used this technology in your lifetime for pleasure and enjoyment.
Okay.
So anyways, if we take all the highways, and of course we have to upgrade the grid, the whole electrical grid system has to be upgraded anyways. If we take the highways and we upgrade the electrical grid system by putting wires above the highways, like they had with the trolley cars, except for the vehicles will be able to drive on the roads, and since the electronic vehicles have batteries in them, they don't need constant power, but they just need to be able to pick up electric to be recharging while they're going down the road some. So if they have little pickups on them and we have live wires above the roads, then you could be charging your vehicle while you're driving down the road, and you get to an intersection or a crossroad or a driveway or a parking lot, a loading dock where you got to go in. Well, you rely on your battery power, but when you're going down the highway, you can keep your batteries charged, and then you never have your batteries go dead. And of course, this all goes to upgrading the whole infrastructure program.
And we can't even afford to put in charging stations that are in a permanent position around the country. What the hell is it going to cost to put overhead charging capabilities across hundreds of thousands of miles?
Well, the whole electronic grid system, the whole electrical grid system is going to have to be replaced when we need the amount of electricity to charge all these vehicles anyway. So we can just take and save a few dollars from going to the Ukraine and some of this money, the $5,000 for every, illegal alien. And we can just put some of that money towards this, and we'll have plenty of money. Or we'll just print more money, because did I hear the other day that the deficit is at $34 trillion?
Yes,
34,
indeed.
Your Honor.
Yes,
$34 trillion.
Yep.
But there's Plan B. So if Plan A doesn't work, Plan B, which is a system that's tried and true and proven to work, because I'll guarantee you've actually operated a vehicle with this system in your lifetime for pleasure and enjoyment. When you go to Kings Island or one of these places, have you ever been on a thing called the bumper car, Your Honor?
Oh, absolutely. More than one occasion. Many times as a youngster. That was always one of our favorites. But we got to pause there. Yeah, the bumper cars where they were electrified. Above the... It's 844-844-3388. Friday morning, TGIF.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. 60 Republican congressmen, led by new House Speaker Mike Johnson, take time to tour the southern border in Eagle Pass, Texas.
From California to Maryland, from Michigan to Florida, every state in America is now a border state.
Meanwhile, the White House is piling blame on Republicans.
Speaker Johnson continues with the House Republicans to make this a political issue.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that Republicans rejected President Biden's supplemental funding request, but Republicans argue there also needs to be significant policy changes to slow down the flow of immigrants. Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State says she believes former President Trump is an insurrectionist, while at the same time likely including his name on primary ballots in that state anyway. Secretary of State Jena Griswold spoke out on Wednesday. At the same time, though, Colorado's deadline to finalize presidential primary ballots is Friday, and Griswold is not bound by a Colorado Supreme Court's earlier decision to keep Trump's name off the ballot, at least not yet. The issue is being resolved in the courts. Biden administration officials, including those at the U.S. State Department, say they don't know who was behind the attack inside Iran Wednesday that left 100 people dead. The Israel-Hamas war turning global continues to be a fear amongst those in D.C.
Both inside Israel, whether it be in the north or whether it be in the West Bank or outside of Israel, in other countries in the region.
The death toll continues to rise in the wake of this week's large earthquake in Japan. There are now at least 73 people confirmed dead after the magnitude 7.5 quake shook western Japan on New Year's Day. Roughly 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The same global initiative under the UN, which sought to correct COVID disinformation online, is now shifting focus to combating climate disinformation.
At the Department of Global Communications, this will be a key preoccupation as we adapt the United Nations Verified Initiative.
The UN's Undersecretary for Global Communications, Melissa Fleming, she says the initiatives will be targeted at ensuring digital literacy for youth, as well as sending out UN info blasts about climate. Similar messaging efforts were taken during the COVID-19 pandemic. SpaceX founder Elon Musk is the focus of a National Labor Relations Board complaint filed against the aerospace company. The company is being accused of firing 8 employees who publicly criticized the billionaire tech entrepreneur and their boss in a 2022 letter. The letter was in relation to sexually suggestive tweets made by Musk, along with criticism about how his statements did not match with company policy. There's been no immediate response from SpaceX noted on the filing. Multiple charges against Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, are being dropped by a judge in Kansas. He was accused of forcibly kissing the owner of an Overland Park restaurant back in 2023. Jackson Mahomes, now a social media influencer, still faces 1 misdemeanor, which will go to trial in March. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back, welcome aboard as we work our way time zone to time zone into a Friday, January 5th day of January 2024. Got an email from our friend Big John. Steve, your overnight crew, everybody out there, hope you're all doing well. Everybody have a safe weekend. I'm just going to stay home Saturday. Put on a kettle of beans, cornbread, fried potatoes. Spend the day home. Everybody have a safe week out there. Your friend, Big John. Sound like a plan. Comfort food. as you just watch it snow outside the windows, right? Enjoy your weekend. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a cold 21 here in Indiana. It's supposed to go up to 38 today. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, who I'm riding with today. Everybody have a fantastic Friday. All right, so Miss Deborah out there trailer trucking with the woodpecker. Shockwave, I'll see. Morning, y'all. Checking in from southwest Missouri. 30 degrees, waiting for the snow, a.k.a. snow and rain, to come in. While I'm running my little red chicken feed hauling Peterbilt up and down the back roads of southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas, feeding all the hens and waking up the roosters. All right, be safe out there, especially those ones driving in the rain. All right, we left off. Yes, we've all experienced the bumper cars. And the overhead, that was the excitement of watching the bumper cars. You watch the sparks coming from overhead, right?
Absolutely. So now here we actually can tap into another set of funding, because if we build this electrified roof over top of the highways,
yeah,
you no longer need snow removal. So you can take the whole snow removal budget and put into building this roof over top of that. But there was one flaw to our vehicles being able to use that system, and I was talking to the Scarecrow, and he enlightened me to it, is that there's some sort of steel connection between the bumper car and the floor, because the floor is steel, so it has to have a grounding ability. So I guess we're going to have to go to Amish technology, and we're going to have to run steel wheels on all the vehicles to be able to use that system, unless we can put some sort of grounding system into the highway to make it attached to the vehicle.
You ever begin to feel like you have too much time on your hands out there to think when you're rolling up and down the highways?
It does become a possibility that could happen once in a while, Your Honor.
Yeah.
But I would have to believe that possibly, that I could be the second smartest man in the world there, because Doc Holliday is possibly the smartest man in the world. So yes. I just saying, Your Honor. But so speaking of highways and snow removal and all that, the state of Maryland has decided that it is time to start with their snow removal operations. So they are out spreading salt brine up and down the highways as fast as it can be produced. And I guess everything has its unintended consequences, and apparently the wild animals appear to like the salt brine on the highways, because there seems to be more of them that have been in contact with moving vehicles that are now not so able to move off the highways after the condition they become, because they're out there licking the salt.
So it's kind of like a salt lick. Yes, they're out there. And,
three days before it's going to snow or possibly rain or whatever. So anyways, needless to say, I went through one of these carcasses that used to be once something that looked like a kitty cat, a black kitty cat with a white stripe on its back.
Yeah.
Shoot. I tell you, make your eyes water. But anyways, with this impending white death, and I'm sure all the convenient and grocery stores and, Eskimo Mom, I forgot we're supposed to say, hey, Becky, Becky, Becky today. So I guess that's covered now. And has there been any reports of a shortage of eggs, milk, or bread for making French toast? I mean, because we know that, there's always a run on that. Toilet paper. And if you are going to make French toast, please use real maple syrup. Get Vermont, or maybe our friend from Canada there. Maybe get some of the Canadian maple syrup. Don't get that pancake syrup made out of that high fructose
corn
stuff
syrup.
There. You don't want that high fructose. No, don't get that flavored colored corn syrup. No, get real maple syrup. Enjoy your French toast. But has Pennsylvania closed the highways yet? I do have to ask, because we know that they like to close them down a little bit, 2 or 3 days before it's supposed to snow. So has Pennsylvania closed their highways yet? Has there been any reports of that?
Not yet, but with the impending, as you say, with the impending White Death, I would not be surprised. You can full well anticipate high-profile vehicle bans through Central and Eastern PA, the Turnpike. That'll be coming out probably, I don't know, later today, maybe Friday, Saturday. All right, horse feathers, I don't know. You may very well be sure ain't the smartest man in the world, but we'll take number 2. With the new year, we've got our prognostication. Where will oil prices be going? Now, there's so many things that can fluctuate. You don't know what's going to happen from one day to the next. The events on a global scale can impact these prices, but after a very tumultuous, the turmoil of 22 when the war in Ukraine erupted, we have since seen a fairly consistent decline in crude prices, a trend that continued in the last quarter of the past year, despite the cuts by OPEC Plus and even the Israel-Hamas war. Many anticipate the continuation of the downward trend in oil prices, as forecasts for the next 12 months typically get published about this time of year. Now, the short-term outlook suggests potential local increases. The ongoing instability in the Middle East region, given the possibility of an escalation of the conflict in Gaza to the other countries in the region in the coming quarters, that's going to be a major factor of uncertainty in the context of oil prices on a global scale. According to the IEA, International Energy Agency, global demand for crude is expected to increase by 1.1 million barrels per day, and this is amid a possible continuation of the economic slowdown in the U.S., Europe, and above all, China. Despite this, downward pressure on oil prices will be expected by increasing supply, which should be generated mainly outside of the OPEC Plus countries. In this case, we're talking about increases in production volumes. Brazil, Norway, Canada, Guyana, and above all, the good old U.S. of A. Now, in the latter, we're already seeing increased activity, which has driven production growth to near record levels. Now, this makes a return to an upward trend currently highly unlikely without some significant geopolitical events. In response to these forecasts, OPEC Plus members have issued a joint statement that emphasizes their unity and readiness to move further if necessary. In other words, more cuts. Don't forget, the cartel's ability to influence the price of oil is increasingly limited, as production cannot be cut indefinitely, and the rest of the world's output continues to be on the rise. Since the outbreak of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the situation in the Middle East has remained under very close scrutiny, obviously, by the investors. Developments have been particularly exacerbated by incidents in recent days. The slowdown in production in Libya's oil field, producing 300,000 barrels of oil per day. The continuation of attacks on merchant ships in the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels there. That did cause a moderate price increase, $4 to $5 at the beginning of the year, but that doesn't change the overall technical position. That situation could potentially escalate due to increasingly clear declarations by the coalitions of 11 countries committed to protecting that Red Sea shipping. It should be noted about 15% of the total global volume is transported through the Red Sea basin, so a possible paralysis of the area would have serious consequences. One last tidbit: as a result of the continuation of the downward trend in Brent crude, which the current wave has been going since last September, the supply side is once again testing the key support area in the price range of about $72 per barrel. In the short term, we may witness a defense and extension of the rebound, at least to the area of $84 per barrel, where local resistance falls, especially if tensions in the Red Sea and Lebanon were to escalate. Longer-term perspective, though, favors the supply side, which, if it manages to go below $70, would open the way for possibly an attack on lower levels with another target just below $50. Wow. Now, $50 per barrel, that's when you get back to, well, it used to be anyway, $2 per gallon fuel, right? Will we ever see that again? I wouldn't bank on it, because that's the kind of thing OPEC and Russia, OPEC Plus, are hell-bent and determined to not allow happen. Meanwhile, we'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, hello to the Scrapyard and the Purple Chicken, waving all five at you for what he calls their Chickendale, a.k.a. Springdale, Arkansas Depot. Chickendale, Arkansas. All right. Scrapyard. Good to hear from you. Happy New Year, by the way. Hey, John, we'll get Eagle coming up here. Don't fall asleep, Eagle. We got you coming up after Carl. Carl, Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year, Steve. I hope everything's working out all right with you in the new year. And thank you for taking my call. I just thought I'd call in and talk a little bit about the situation in Colorado, what's going on out there with that liberal activity out there. It's just a mess, what they've created there, and it's going to have to go to the Supreme Court to get relief on this issue, because what they've done is they have totally broken the constitutionality of the voting rights of the American people, because we have a right to vote for whoever we want to, no matter if Trump has a felon on his record or not. Doesn't make any difference. If he's in jail or whatever they want to do on that, he's still a person he's a United States citizen, and he is qualified to run as president of the United States. But they're trying to use this word, insurrection. All right. And we have discussed this before. There was no insurrection in Washington, D.C. They are trying to brainwash the American people to think that a highly charged protest was a insurrection. It was something they're trying to say that it was something to overtake the U.S. government. Well, that's a tall order, if you ask me. you better come prepared if you're going to overtake the U.S. government, okay? And these people didn't do that. All right, they just did not. They didn't come prepared to overtake the U.S. government. You could see that. It's very obvious. It's like they're trying to get into our minds and force us into believing that this was an insurrection. And over all this thing that Cheney did with her little committee there over the last summer was just a ridiculous farce by showing video of Trump flags and this and that being some violence and all of that at the Capitol. Okay, I mean we have seen violence in many protests in our lifetime. We've seen it from Vietnam to all the protests during the Vietnam War, and all of the protests of Rodney King, and a lot of this stuff we've forgotten about. But this country has lived through a lot of protests, and none of it has been called an insurrection until Donald Trump. All right, so we've got a mental. These people are trying to get into our minds, trying to make us believe that we're not seeing a true, trying to get it to tell us that we're seeing something that we didn't see, and this border situation with Mayorkas. He's about to become. They're going to work on him first with impeachment. Right there, that's being talked about right now, and I believe that that's what they went to the border to discuss amongst themselves about Mayorkas. And they've seen it again. Once again, they've seen the border is wide open, but Mayorkas continues to say that it's closed, and that it's he's trying to tell us something that we're not really seeing. We're not really seeing these people come across the border, but we know better than that. We know it's a serious situation, and he needs to be removed, and but of course there's the technicalities of removal on that issue too, so but keeping a man off of the ballot, okay, in Colorado that's just and you can't even write in his name. They don't want you to write in his name.
Not going to count it.
Not going to count it according to their Supreme Court. And that's where our Supreme Court must step in and say, okay, you can't do this. This is taking away voting rights. It's voter suppression. It's everything that's not right according to the Constitution. You just can't do that, And Maine as well. This lady in Maine, she has declared that it was an insurrection, and she's just going to be just an outright communist on the issue. She's going. I've ruled, and that's the way it's going to be. He's not going to be on the ballot. Well, the Supreme Court must step in there too as well.
Absolutely.
And these people are just insane. It's total insanity, and they're trying to make us believe that they're correct. But honestly, how could we possibly sit by and allow something like that to happen? I don't know. But the Red Sea issue over there, we have the wrong man in the White House to take care of that situation. Those shipping lanes over there in the Red Sea, they need to be wide open. There's no reason for them to be closed. No reason for them to make ships go around around a
Horn of
different
Africa,
route to get to where they're supposed to go. I mean, there's no reason for that whatsoever. And this war with Israel and Gaza doesn't really affect way out in the Red Sea. There's shipping lanes that need to be open, and our Navy is sitting right there, and they can't keep it clear because they don't want to do what's necessary, like sink an Iranian ship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when this Iranian ship comes into sight or into the area, we've got the wrong man in charge. And I understand if he was to sink the ship, then there would be a mess to have to take care of after that. So I'm not saying that he should sink the ship because actually if he does sink the ship, then there's going to be some other things that'll happen that'll overwhelm us, and it's just going to get into a mess. Okay, but the way I would handle it, of course, would be to sink the ship. But this man we've got in charge here right now, he can't handle that. I mean, there's no way that he could handle this. So therefore, I would say, what he needs to do is just resign. Actually, he should just go ahead and resign.
And obviously, he's not going to do that. Hell, he's looking for 4 more years. Carl, let us pause there. We get a news break and return after this.
USA News Update. A judge unsealing accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's client list, and several high-profile people were connected to him. Although no accusations of anything improper are being made, the names have raised a few eyebrows. Magician David Copperfield, former President Bill Clinton, the late Michael Jackson, and as expected, Prince Andrew were all on the list. Former President Trump back on the ballot in Colorado. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold said the Supreme Court made a caveat in their decision that if it was to be appealed, he could remain on the ballot until that appeal's decision. A disturbing video from a courtroom in Nevada shows a defendant flying over the bench and attacking the judge after she denied him bail. Miraculously, the judge only suffered a minor head injury. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. engines. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much, and welcome back here. Who we got? Sex Maniac checking in. Morning, Steve. Trucking up and down I-65 in Indiana. Have a good night, great weekend, and Happy New Year. Right back at you. Good to have you with us, Sex Maniac. All right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there. Had to take care of business, as they say.
Yes, sir. Thank you for holding me over. And I just want to just continue with what I was saying there. The best thing that Biden needs to do is just go ahead and resign because he can't handle the problem. Okay, now I know we're not going to see that. And Kamala Harris needs to resign also because she's definitely not handling her issues. Mm-hmm. And it's just a mess. They have created such a mess here. And it's going to be hard to take care of, actually, if we can get Trump back in office, because daily they will come up with issues over and over again. There will be crying and going on, tantrums being thrown everywhere. I mean, it's just going to be an issue that we have never seen before, probably. But we have lived through problems before, and we're just going to have to live through this one, too. But the thing is that when we get into this situation at the Red Sea and the Israel situation and Ukraine, then all of these other people are looking at us too, like North Korea. He's passing out warnings too right now. He's already warned the U.S. and he said, we're going to attack you, and this, that, the other again. He's on the warpath again. So we've got things that's going on right now that have never happened before. Inflation, okay? Did we see inflation at this rate in our lifetime? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I really don't. It's been a mess. As soon as Biden got in office, he just changed things all around. He just made it worse for everybody. And and to say that it's not bad, that it's the best economy in the world right now and all this and that and the other, the news that's going on, I mean, it's just crazy. But I really like Eagle, and I'll just go ahead and get off of here, and maybe we can let him take over and do what he needs to do here, because I really appreciate Eagle. He's a really good speaker about everything.
Well, Carl.
But thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Thank you for chiming in, and we'll look forward to hearing again. There we go. Let's see. Hanging in there, Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm still here. What was that guy's name that just got through talking?
That was Carl.
Yeah, Carl. Okay. Yeah. I like some of the things he had to say. I appreciate Carl saying he liked what I had to say. We need more people like him. We need more people like him in the world, Steve, and the way things are right now. So, yeah, Carl, brother, I appreciate you, mentioning my name during your call. I definitely, let people know when they say something good about me. I say the same thing about them. Now, Steve, man, like I told you, man, it seemed like it's on a daily basis. This situation with the border. But before I get to the border, I want to talk about this deal with Trump again in this election that's coming up. These people that are trying to eliminate Trump are as crooked as snakes. They tried every. Well, I ain't gonna say they tried every trick in the book, because we still got a long time before the election. But the things that they're trying to do now, they're trying to take the man off the ballot. They're trying to put the man in jail. And now today they come up with something new. Now they claim that Donald Trump was taking money from these countries when he was in the White House.
I saw that, yes.
Saudi Arabia and some other
millions of dollars, right?
Now they don't came up with another lie. It's just one thing after another, Steve. They're basically trying, to make the guys withdraw and quit the election, or that's what they really was hoping. They only need hoping that he will just say the hell with it. I'll find something else to do. But Trump, he ain't gonna do that. He's not a quitter. He's not gonna quit until the final deal on November. But like I said, Steve, I just hope that we can have. It's really embarrassing, like I told you last night. The founders of America would be totally appalled at what's going on right now. We deep down inside, Steve, you and I both know that it's not going to be a fair election. These people, it's going to be some funny business going on with the votes. And you and I both know it, that just like they did some funny business in 2020. But, here's what really pisses me off, Steve. Here's what's really aggravating me. And anybody that calls themselves an American, 100% American like me, born and raised in the USA and will die in the USA, ought to be offended by this, Steve. If for the Democrats or anybody to try to pull this off, and I'm talking about these 15 to 20,000 million illegal aliens, if they try to let these people vote in the election that's 2024, this cannot be stood. This cannot be withstood, Steve. You can't let a man vote for the president of the United States that doesn't even speak English, that doesn't even speak the language. How the hell can this man go to a voting booth and sign his name on the dotted line for Joe Biden, and he don't even speak not one word of English? Anybody that calls himself an American, I'll be pissed off about that. But for these people to even think that you should be in the USA, Steve, and that goes for me if I decide to go to another country. You should have to live in the U.S. at least 5 to 10 years of residence and be legal at that and have the paperwork before you can even think about going to a voting booth and voting. Do you think that's right, Steve?
Well, at least, yeah, absolutely. And you need to become a citizen through the legal channels before you can vote. I mean, they're talking about.
What'd you say?
They're incrementally trying to work them into the voting population by, New York City is now allowing those that are illegally there to vote in the non-federal election, just for local. It's just one step at a time. That's what they're trying to work their way up to. And I think this is all intentional, done by design. These millions are future Democrat voters, and that's the reason they want them to continue pouring in.
Well, yeah, like I said, I can understand future, and I'm talking about 10 to 20 years down the line. What I'm concerned with is 2024. That these people shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's the year I'm concerned with this year.
Yep.
Like I said before, these people haven't done absolutely nothing for the U.S. team. They don't pay taxes. You pay taxes. They take taxes, money out of your check every week. They take money out of my check every week. And this man, he hasn't put one dime into the U.S. system. He doesn't. All they've done is came in with their hands out, and then be to allowed to go vote in our election makes absolutely no sense. And for the American people that are out there, they shouldn't put up with it, and they shouldn't allow the Bidens or whoever's trying to pull this off do it, because it's not right for somebody to come to America illegally and then have the nerve to vote for the president. And you and I both know who they're going to vote for, those 15, 20 million people that's in, damn well they ain't going to vote for Donald Trump. So that's another reason why they shouldn't be allowed to vote. So, like I said before, Steve, it's just appalling what's going on. Like I say, this deal that they took place yesterday down in Texas with the Speaker of the House and some other individuals, that's nothing but a photo op. And one other thing I heard a guy say on a radio station, Steve, at this point, Steve, I'm so fed up with the whole situation. If the Republicans were serious about this deal, they shut the whole damn government down. Not one dime goes out. They shut down the whole money system. Until they put some money into the system to protect the American border, they ought to shut the damn government down at this point, because they've had 3 years to make something happen on the border, and they've done nothing about it. And as we speak right now, Steve, there's people walking right into the USA down in Eagle Pass, Texas. As we talking right now, there's a man coming in right now. And you just said last night that they have no room for these people in Eagle Pass. They so full, so they just turning them loose. They putting the man on the street in Eagle Pass. He don't even speak the language. He don't know nothing about America. Just turning him loose into get on a Greyhound bus and here to a destination somewhere in America that put him on an airplane. This makes no sense, Steve. What's happening right now? And meanwhile, Joe Biden is up in the White House, him and his press secretary and Mayorkas. Like I said, Mayorkas, Steve, I don't even see how he can look himself in the mirror when he goes in the bathroom. He ought to be ashamed to even look at himself. For him to come out and say that he's doing a good job, we got the border situation under control. Well, you should have thought about that about 15 to 20 million people ago, my man. That's when you had it under control. You don't have nothing under control. And like I said before, he needs to be impeached out and immediately. He should have been gone a long time ago. But like I said before, these people are not doing what they're supposed to do. And meanwhile, we're slowly but surely losing America. And like I've been telling you for the last 3 years, Steve, you see people already stepping forward. You got the man from North Korea and Iran are playing games with our Navy ships. They see no threat whatsoever from Joe Biden. They see a very weak individual, a very weak man that's not going to do a damn thing but run his mouth if he can do that. But he's not going to take no action whatsoever. So we're at the brink right now, Steve, with Joe Biden. We may not even make it to 2025 at the rate we're going right now. So, like I said, anybody that cares about America, they better figure out something. You better figure it out real fast, and you better figure out a way to make something happen, because we will lose America if in 2024, if Joe Biden is to become president again for another 4 years. By the time those 8 years up, we could have 50 or 60 million people in this country illegally, and then by then America will be long gone, and we'll never be able to recover it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, Eagle, thanks for checking in here. Happy Friday, and have a great weekend. What would you say the odds of the Teamsters actually maybe endorsing Donald Trump for president? You're right. I don't think the odds are good. They endorsed Biden in 2020, but I guess they're maybe just trying to make it appear that they are keeping a level playing field, looking at all potential candidates. As according to the report, Trump actually met this week privately with Teamsters Union President Sean O'Brien. They've invited presidential candidates to vie for their endorsement ahead of the presidential election. Wednesday evening, O'Brien posted a picture of himself along with Trump to social media with the caption that states, "There are serious issues that need to be addressed to improve the lives of working people across the country, and the Teamsters Union is making sure our members' voices are heard as we head into a critical election year. We thank the former president for taking time during this private meeting to listen to the Teamsters' top priorities." Now, he also noted this meeting led to an agreement for O'Brien, as well as Teamsters General Secretary-Treasurer Fred Zuckerman, and rank-and-file Teamsters to have an important, necessary roundtable with President Trump this month. Now, they say the union has already met with Trump's Republican rival, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. They've met with independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Cornel West. Biden, of course, who the Teamsters endorsed, as I said, in 2020, has described himself as the most pro-union president the country's ever had. Made history in 23 when he walked the picket line with Teamsters in Michigan. Now, he has been endorsed for this year by another leading labor union, the AFL-CIO. The president, Biden, has a close working relationship with the Teamsters, and he's looking forward to working through for their endorsement to once again be endorsed by the Teamsters members this year. But I don't know, roundtable with Trump, we'll see. How unprecedented would that be in the event that there was actually a Trump endorsement from the Teamsters Union? Wow. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
What else we got under industry headlines here on a Friday? Looks like the FMCSA has announced the random drug and alcohol testing rates for truckers this year. The U.S. Department of Transportation operating agencies, including the FMCSA, released their annual minimum drug and alcohol random testing rates effective January 1. Now, they tell us the rate is determined by the reported violation rate for the entire industry. The 2024 random drug testing rate is 50%. And the FMCSA's 2024 random alcohol testing rate is 10%. So they both remain unchanged since the year 2020, when the random drug testing rate increased from 25% to 50%. They try to explain the FMCSA is required to increase the random drug test rates from 25 to 50% following any calendar year during which the reported positive drug test rate is equal to or greater than 1%. That requirement was laid out in 2001 at the FMCSA's final rule entitled Controlled Substances and Alcohol Use and Testing. Now, they did say prior to 2020, the testing rate increase, that the positive rate for controlled substances random testing in 2018 was 1%, up from an estimated positive usage rate of 0.7% in 2016, then 0.8% in 2017. In order for the random drug testing rate to decrease back from 50% to 25% for all driving positions, that violation rate has to be less than 1%, but equal to or greater than 0.5% for 2 consecutive calendar years. Now, their estimated positive usage rate for drugs in 21 is 1.2%. The report containing the 2022 average rate has not been released yet. So it seems like they're running a bit behind on the numbers there. But so I guess 50% of all drivers in 2024 will be mandatorily random drug tested. Meanwhile, we got Double R on a Friday. Happy New Year, by the way. Hey there.
Happy New Year, brother. I hope you guys had a nice New Year. Sis is doing well, I hope. And, we just glad you guys had a good holiday. And, I don't know where to start here. Should I wait until after your news? Or is Biden still... on these illegal immigrants, is he still pushing the issue as far as medical, using the VA to sponsor these damn immigrants? I mean, you've got military veterans, Vietnam veterans, and all of us that have busted our ass for the United States, and they want to turn around and take our benefits away to give to these damn taco burners. And, that is a very on me. And, and then you've got that moron in the office that wants to sit down with the Teamsters. That's another sore subject. I mean, I worked for the post office for 17 years and went to Iraq to fight a war and come back, and they said, you don't work here no more, and your union even backed me up on it, and, I had paperwork and everything, and I just don't care for the union, for that reason right there. And, and I think it's crap, that's why I'm at where I'm at right now. And I'm happy and what's done is done. But anyhow, I just wanted to call in and give you my 2 cents and, see how y'all are doing. And we're on our way to Vegas. And we got to be in Vegas tomorrow morning. I don't know how in the hell we're going to do that, but we're going to give it a shot. Okay, so you got a long way to go, a short time to get there? Oh, absolutely, 1,900 miles. And I'm over here in Defiance, Ohio right now. I'm looking at right at 21 degrees according to my thermostat going down the road here. Wow. But... so you got to. I guess we're going to be hitting snow out that way, huh? You do have a long way to go. I mean, you're from Ohio to Vegas. Hell, that's a long run. Yes, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. But they, they do it all the time. So sometimes they're lucky to pull a trick out of the hat, and sometimes they're not. So, but I got a feeling we're going to be hitting snow going over that way, and I think we're going to end up getting slowed down just a little tad bit, but it is what it is, I believe that I'm not a miracle worker. So you're headed to Vegas. Yeah. Are you hauling something for like the CES, the Consumer Electronics Show? Yeah, I've got a car that drives by itself, and I've got a golf cart that drives by itself, and that's it. And that van I had, well, it's a van, really, is what it is. It's a Toyota Sienna. I think that's how you pronounce it, Seinna. Anyhow, I think the weight on it, it's more like a hybrid, but it's like 5,000-pound vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, hey, did you happen to see? I don't know if you were glancing through Facebook, but did you happen to see that picture of Taylor Swift and Kelsey driving there?
I've seen several, but yeah. Hey, we got to pause.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. A judge unsealed accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's client list, and several high-profile people were connected to him and his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. Although no accusations of anything improper are being made, the names have raised a few eyebrows. Magician David Copperfield, former President Bill Clinton, the late Michael Jackson, and as expected, Prince Andrew were all on the list. Former President Trump is back on the ballot in Colorado. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold explains to CNN why.
The Colorado Supreme Court ruled that Trump engaged in insurrection, and because of that, he was disqualified from the ballot. But they put a caveat into their ruling saying that if the case was appealed to the United States Supreme Court, Trump would be on the ballot until the Supreme Court acted in some way. So as of today, he is on the ballot.
The Colorado Supreme Court has until tomorrow to make a decision. A disturbing video from a courtroom in Nevada making the rounds on social media. It shows a defendant flying over the bench and attacking the judge after she denied him bail. That defendant, Deobra Delone Redden, 30, was wrestled to the floor behind Clark County District Judge Mary Kay Holthus's bench by several court and jail officers and courtroom staff members. It took that many, including some who are seen throwing punches. Miraculously, the judge only suffered a minor head injury, and a courtroom marshal was taken to the hospital for a large gash on his head. Redden not only went to jail for the original charges, but he was also charged with a bunch of new ones. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Multiple charges against Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, are being dropped by a judge in Kansas. The judge approved a request by prosecutors to drop charges of aggravated sexual battery against Mahomes. He was accused of forcibly kissing the owner of an Overland Park restaurant back in 2023. Jackson Mahomes, now a social media influencer, still faces one misdemeanor, which will go on trial in March. A 13-year-old from Oklahoma is claiming to be the first person to beat the video game Tetris on Nintendo.
The teen goes by the nickname Blue Scooty online. He posted a video to YouTube, which seemed to show him defeat the famed falling block puzzle game. The record was previously held by an AI bot. He was maybe 40 minutes into playing the game when the teen realized he'd nearly reached the final kill screen. I'm Ryan Daniels.
There's a new top dog studio at the global box office. Universal Studios took over Disney to earn the top spot in 2023. Led by Oppenheimer and the Super Mario Brothers movie, Universal's 24 movies released last year brought in $4.91 billion at the global box office. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another hour. Where'd we leave off there? Yeah, it's January, and that means the entire tech world, with the notable exception of Apple, will soon descend on Las Vegas. CES 2024, the annual Consumer Electronics Trade Show. It's January the 9th through the 12th, the showcase for the biggest technology trends that will likely make their way into our lives. Yes, over the years, that's included everything from high-end vehicle infotainment systems and 4K OLED televisions to electric scooters and new computer chips. And, of course, there's the collection of oddities that flood the various booths and displays. Talking toilets, a fork that'll tell you if you're eating too fast. This year's event looks set to pack even more of the equal parts impressive and downright confounding products that might end up in our living rooms and driveways in the months and years to come. Naturally, Yahoo Finance will be live on the ground in Sin City, making their way through the thousands of attendees to bring the latest news from the big show. But they did give us a little bit of a preview. What might we expect out of CES 2024? So we'll preview some of that coming up here. And I think as Double R kind of affirmed there, artificial intelligence will be a lot of that will be debuting here in the coming week. All right, Double R, welcome back. We kind of left off talking about Taylor Swift and Kelsey, what's his name, and which photo were you talking about?
They were driving a Rolls-Royce Ghost, and if you look at it, the right front fender of that Ghost, a $600,000 car, and it's got a big old dent in the fender. I didn't know if you looked at that, if you've seen that or not.
I don't think I had seen that one.
Oh, it was comical. I seen that, and I started laughing. I thought, oh, you've got to be kidding, but I didn't know if you've seen it or not.
That one, no, I had
Steve,
not seen that one.
I'll be darned. I think FMCSA should be working on more on these foreigners that are coming over here, driving these vehicles.
Yeah.
They've got one speed, to the floor. If you're in my way, I'm running your ass over, or I'm going to run you off the road. I mean, that's just their modality, the way they think. And I think they need to be working on them, because if you really stop and look at our accident rating of the U.S. trucking industry, it has really gone up since these foreigners have taken over. I mean, there's multi truck wrecks, fires, killings. I mean, it's crazy. We have to go through tooth and nail just to keep our livelihood going, and these guys they get by with crap, and that's something else I don't think is right, but who am I? I'm just a damn old truck driver, so it is what it is. But I just think it's wrong, and Carl and Eagle, I mean, they hit it right on the head. I really enjoyed listening to Carl. That was cool, and but anyhow, Steve, I'm just taking up your time, blowing out hot air, and I'll let you go, my friend, and I'm listening to you. I will be listening to you till I get to Vegas. So you and Sis and the family take care, and everybody be safe tonight. And we love you guys, and we'll talk with you later on, buddy.
Great to hear from you. Happy New Year. Yeah, safe travels as you head out west. Hopefully you don't run into too much of that nasty weather. Yeah, I think he's going to run through some of that, undoubtedly. A wintry precip, so. But yeah, let me take you quickly, flip the page back here. We talked about a little preview of what's coming up next week. Yeah, what will you expect out of CES 22? Yes, number one, the artificial intelligence revolution that dominated headlines last year will continue to roll on this year. You can expect everyone from chip makers and automotive companies to television manufacturers and more to talk up the benefits of AI during the big show. One of the biggest themes is likely to be based around the artificial intelligence PC, AMD, Intel, and Qualcomm. They've each debuted their own artificial intelligence PC chips in recent months. Intel showing off their Core Ultra AI PC processor just last month. Now, what the heck are they talking about? The idea behind artificial intelligence PCs is to add AI processing capabilities to the likes of laptop and desktop chips so that users can run AI applications on their own computer rather than in the cloud. The thinking that is that if you need to run sensitive data like personal information or corporate files through an AI program, doing so on your computer is safer than sending it up to the cloud. Beyond that, companies are still trying to figure out how AI PCs will benefit most people. During Intel's event last month, a company representative said it'll be up to the developers to come up with new apps and programs to take advantage of the new features. Chip makers won't be the only companies focused on AI. Automakers, retailers, home appliance manufacturers will undoubtedly explain how they are using AI to power their latest and greatest products. AI will likely be so popular at this year's CES that it'll be strange if a company doesn't mention the technology. Heck, Samsung says that they're bringing AI to our kitchen appliances, including refrigerators. Well, all right, not about the cars. It's kind of cliche to say that CES is as much a car show as it is a technology event. Automakers from all over the world pack the halls of the Las Vegas Convention Center with their hottest cars, trucks, SUVs, and occasionally flying cars, filling the air with the smell of fresh rubber, the promise of a future where you can watch TV while your vehicle chauffeurs you around town. In past years, companies from Ford to BMW to Hyundai, Chevy have debuted new in-car technologies designed to improve the driving experience. Last year, BMW revealed a concept for a customizable kind of paint job that you can actually adjust at any time. That same year, Sony and Honda unveiled their concept car, Afeela. This year, Sony Honda Mobility will be back with a prototype of the Afeela. As for flying cars, Uber and Hyundai teamed up to announce their flying taxi at the CES back in 2020. This year, Hyundai Motor Group's advanced air mobility company, Supernal, will take the wraps off their electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicle, complete with a vertiport exhibit that will showcase how passengers will ride in this flying concept. Of course, there are the mainstays of CES. Where else can you see every next generation television? You'll beg your spouse to get in one place. The biggest trend in TVs is micro LED technology, which promises the color of OLED sets with the brightness of LED systems. So far, these TVs have been incredibly expensive, prices in the tens of thousands of dollars, but that's expected to come down over time, could eventually become relatively affordable for the average consumer. TVs are also getting more artificial intelligence capabilities. LG announced earlier this week that their latest OLED TVs will feature updated AI processors that improve image and sound quality. They also said that their wireless television, which had debuted in CES last year, will now be available with a smaller 65-inch screen. There's also a larger 97-inch model that, well, just it won't fit in my residence. One of the best parts of CES, though, is seeing so many wild, attention-grabbing products in the same place. Some are practical, like leak detectors for under your kitchen sink, Wi-Fi-enabled meat thermometers that send you an alert on your phone when the steak's ready. Some not so practical, electric roller skates. We expect to see more weird gadgets and gizmos over the years than you can count, so this will be no different. And as I said, Yahoo News will be there with updates throughout the Consumer Electronics Show, but artificial intelligence, big part of this year's CES. It's 844-844-3388. Back to your calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Well, I guess the final numbers are in. And we, the American people, did a lot of online shopping over the holidays. A record $222 billion? That's the numbers. $222 billion worth of electronics, toys, and other items. This is from November 1 to December 31. That spending period marks a 4.9% increase from the previous holiday shopping setting, according to Adobe Analytics. The report released this past day. Now, quite honestly, I think we spent pretty close to what we spent last year, but it really did feel like there was a lot less under the tree for whatever reason, if you know what I mean. Shoppers enticed by big discounts and a lot of these what they call buy now, pay later options, which that's more like a credit card. Yeah, but in this case, oftentimes the buy now, pay, they'll give you a certain amount of time interest free. If you don't pay it off in time, boom, you get hit with all the fees. But this kind of adds evidence that we're still spending aggressively despite most people telling the polls they don't like this economy. Now, Adobe previously reported that shoppers spent a record $12.4 billion online shopping on Cyber Monday alone. Trying to lure in customers, retailers did rely on promotions. Online shopping discounts hit record highs this holiday season, peaking at 31% off list price for electronics, compared with 25% in 22. Toy discounts peaked at 28%, compared with 34% in 22. Apparel, 22% discount, or 24, I should say, rather than 19%. Consumers also leaned on short-term financing. That's, like I said, the buy now, pay later. That increased by 14% from last year to a total of $16.6 billion, which means now that the holidays are over, you got to start paying those bills because the pay later. All right. Now, these numbers are not adjusted for inflation, they say. Online prices fell by 5.3% year over year in December. That means the increase in spending this holiday season was actually driven by rising demand, not price fluctuations. But Gilligan on a Friday, what's going on?
Oh, not much, but I tell you what there, Steve. If you believe that, I got a bridge I want to sell you. Come on now. Brooklyn Bridge is up for sale at GMA&B Enterprises. Yeah. And if 10 easy payments at $1,995 at that. Well, on to more serious business. Well, I was talking to the right-wing nut, not last night, night before. I heard him on the air earlier. You'll be glad to know he did land a job. He's working over there with Heat Wave there at Estes. So y'all be glad to hear the right-wing nut is back to work also. Also, I need to address some allegations put forth by Brain Dead on that was Tuesday morning show, I guess it was. That was the first night you was back. I was listening to the replay. Brain Dead's supposed to be listening tonight, so hopefully he's in the truck listening. Brain Dead, your claim that your tickets, your bets on the hockey game was not paid out. You did not read the fine print. You had to score 4 more goals than Rambler to win the 1995. Now, our official scorekeeper found the game score to be 4-1. So you only scored 3 more goals than Rambler. So the official scorekeeper, the blind man, found that you did not win the 1995 on those 3 tickets. Yep. Also, I need to address old horse hockey. No, you're on the right track, but no, you got it all wrong. He's got it all wrong. He's not the second smartest man in America, and I'm going to prove once again that I'm far more smart than horse feathers.
More smart.
Now, Steve, you had a racetrack, a little toy racetrack when you was a kid, right?
Absolutely, loved them.
Yeah, I did too. I've come up with the perfect solution. All we need to do is go back to that technology to charge these electric cars. Put little slots in the bottom, cut slots in the road, put magnets on each end of these cars so that they don't attract that both ends positive, so they push away from each other, right? And we'll just charge these cars through these slot in the road. You'll knock down on accidents. If you want to change lanes, you pick up your slot, change lanes, go back into slot. Mm-hmm. That way you won't be running off the road and all this. Now, see, this proves that I am quite possibly the second smartest man in America, quite possibly the world. I know I could never be the equivalent of Doc Holliday, but come on now. Don't this sound like a great idea? I mean,
brilliant,
did you ever have your car go dead playing slot cars? I mean, I've never played them slot cars. My car never went dead. It was run on electric, unless somebody knocked the cord out of the wall. See, I got this figured out. Well, anyway, Steve, I think Charlie's working on a news story. It is Casual Friday. He did sober up. He got Taiwan on there at the Christmas party, and I think he stayed drunk clear through New Year's. I think he's still got a hangover. Well, at least he didn't go into DTs this time. I'm going to get on out of here, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
Happy New Year, Gilligan. 26 past the hour. Let me see here. Who we got? Let's see. Penny says, listening to you, I was forced to retire in December of 21. Fell, broke my pelvis, 4 months later, had hip replacements. Then 4 months later, other one. It has been a long recovery. Turned 62, started drawing Social Security. But thank you for continuing to do the show. I always enjoy it. I need to call in soon. And that's, okay, I didn't recognize the name. Baby Bear. That explains it. Baby Bear, wow. Okay, several have called asking whatever happened to Baby Bear. Well, that explains it. So you broke your pelvis. Ouch. Yeah, give us a ring sometime when you get an opportunity. She said, thank you. I'm doing pretty good. Happy New Year. You got it. All right. Well, good to know that even though it's been a long recovery, you survived there. All right. And happy birthday. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get back to the calls just ahead here. It looks like we'll hear from, there's Heatwave going to be checking in. Yes, Senor Heatwave. And Eagle with a follow-up this morning talking about college football, as he was hoping to get to last evening. Real quick, like Universal Logistics Holding, you're familiar, announcing a 254,000 square foot expansion in Roanoke, Virginia to support their Class 8 truck parts sub-assembly division. The $50 million expansion to the Lee Highway building will create 45 direct jobs and will be instrumental in catering to the growing demands of the heavy truck industry, according to Universal CEO. Our expansion in the Roanoke region represents an exciting phase for Universal's heavy truck division as we fortify our commitment to delivering top-tier services within the logistics and transportation sectors. Based out of Warren, Michigan, providing truckload, brokerage, intermodal, dedicated, and sub-assembly parts services in the U.S., Mexico, Canada, and Colombia. That announcement the past day. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Back after this.
USA News Update. A judge unsealing accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's client list, and several high-profile people were connected to him. Although no accusations of anything improper are being made, the names have raised a few eyebrows. Magician David Copperfield, former President Bill Clinton, the late Michael Jackson, and as expected, Prince Andrew were all on the list. Former President Trump back on the ballot in Colorado. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold said the Supreme Court made a caveat in their decision that if it was to be appealed, he could remain on the ballot until that appeal's decision. A disturbing video from a courtroom in Nevada shows a defendant flying over the bench and attacking the judge after she denied him bail. Miraculously, the judge only suffered a minor head injury. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Came across the report this past day that if you are a Verizon customer, some Verizon customers could be entitled to part of a major cash settlement from a class action lawsuit that accuses the phone service provider of hiding unnecessary fees it charged. USA Today reported the payout could be as big as $100 million. The question is, how many customers would Verizon have had? I mean, if you take 20 million customers and you divvy up $100 million, that doesn't go very far, does it? Let's see. In the lawsuit filed in New Jersey on behalf of many of the company's consumers, it's alleged Verizon charged numerous fees in a manner that the complainants described as deceptive. Verizon was sued and agreed to settle. However, as part of the settlement, the company will not admit to any wrongdoing. Verizon has also agreed to update the fee disclosure policy in the spirit of transparency. Additionally, Verizon will continue to charge the same fees and reserves the right to raise them as it sees fit. Those who qualify for payout include many customers who used the service on varying plans between January 1 of 2016 to November 8 of this past year, 23. Many of those affected by the fees who qualify for a chunk of the $100 million payout either have or will receive a notice in the mail or by email shortly informing them to stake a claim. Others who wish to file a claim for part of the settlement can do so at the class action website. Anyway, those who are eligible for a check but do not wish to accept it must manually opt out of the settlement cash. Eligible customers who do not file a claim by April 15 will not receive a payout and cannot seek one in the future. They issued a statement which reads, Verizon customers claimed in a class action that Verizon has charged its postpaid individual consumers wireless service account holders a monthly administrative charge and or administrative and telco recovery charge that was unfair and not adequately disclosed. Again, they denied and continues to deny that they did anything wrong and that the lawsuit does not have merit, but they conclude the customers and Verizon have reached a proposed settlement to resolve the lawsuit on a class action basis. Spokesperson Rich Young defended the company in his own statement, although he did not comment on the $100 million settlement specifically. He said Verizon clearly identifies and describes the Wireless Consumer Administration charge multiple times during the sales transaction, as well as in their marketing, contracts, and billing. He did say this charge helps our company recover certain regulatory compliance and network-related costs. Again, big question, how many customers would they have to split up $100 million? Hey, you might be entitled to $5 big bucks. Can't even get a cup of Starbucks coffee for that, right? Let me see here. Did I click on? I jumped ahead to Eagle. Let me take Heat Wave was supposed to be next. And there you are. Morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. Well, tell you what, from the Highway 6 southeast of the Soldier Summit down all the way into Spanish Fork, Utah. Yeah, that was a little wet, greasy, and snowy. I'm here on 15 heading north going to Salt Lake, and it's all right. Roads are pretty much dry, just clouds all over the place. Every now and then it'll spit at you, but nothing to really worry about. A couple of things. I don't want to get too many people upset with me, but Steve, what is the word bi? B-I. What is that? What does that mean?
AI?
That means two, right? No, bi. B-I.
B-I. Yes, two, yeah.
You know, like, yeah. And how many sexes do the Alphabet Plus say there is? A couple of hundred of them?
I've lost track. I have no idea. I mean, there's a new one. There's a new one described every day, it seems like.
Well, they just defeated the purpose because, you know, the alphabet community's got bi in there, and that means there's two. There's two sexes. So, there you go. Like I said, I didn't want to upset too many people there, but that's in there. That's on them. They're going to have to figure that out. And the rest of us know that there's only two. And why in the hell should 98% of the people have to kowtow to the 2% that are thinking weird thoughts?
Yeah.
You know, and you watch TV, and you see these ads for MTV, and they got that RuPaul and the Queens, and they're always saying, all you got to do is ask, and it's like mental health. I'm not really for sure what the acronym ASK stands for, but they're always talking about, you know, mental health issues. Well, hell, RuPaul and the rest of them queens, they have a mental health issue. Why in the world are they trying to force that ideology as normal to the rest of us? I mean, it's 2% for, 98% against. and even the damn commercials for Christmas. Same-sex couples in a bar singing "Sweet Caroline." You know, it's like, Jim Beam, what are you trying to prove? Alcohol makes things look better? I mean, well, you know, you could turn a 6 into a 10 pretty easily, but the next morning you're going to find out she was actually a 1, you know?
2, right.
So anyway, well, we got the 24 coming up. We've got primaries coming up, and we're going to have a boatload of political ads. This is really getting monotonous. Every 2 years, we got something. It's always something. It's either gubernatorial, Senate. Yeah. Man, I tell you what, I'm just sick and tired of it. And I tell you what, if New Mexico does go and say Trump's name is not available or will not be available or on the ticket, I'm either going to write in right wingnut, or more than likely I'll probably write in the inbred redneck.
There you go.
And we'll just see what the news media has on that. It's like, they'll be like, who in the hell is the inbred redneck? So then the inbred redneck will have to call the news media in New Mexico and explain to them who he is, and what he stands for. So I tell you, it is a shame that the new year has to start off the way it did. Texas and Alabama out of the playoffs, and the championship game is going to be with two potential, conference foes starting next year, wouldn't it? Of course, then Texas and Alabama are going to be conference foes starting next football season too. So it was either going to be a Big Ten, or it was going to be an SEC championship game, and I think the two best teams actually lost out, but that's just me.
Really? Okay.
So, I think so. You know. But good Lord, were you listening to the Georgia-Florida State game? And I know I talked about it yesterday, but good night. To put that kind of whooping on a team that's missing 22 players because they're either hurt or mad or decided they just wanted to leave the school. You know, where is the what is that word I'm looking for? Loyalty to a school. You know, you would go and be a fan of a college game or college team, and you knew those players are going to be there for 4 years. That was just a given. This NIL and the portal transfer nonsense, I think, is really a bad thing for college ball, because there's no consistency there. You could have a quarterback or a running back or whoever from a winning team, and then just as soon as they get to a ball game, they opt up for another college or the NFL. It's like there's just no loyalty anymore. And that really is a shame. So I'm listening to my directions here. She's cutting in right at the wrong time. But you know, with the college landscape right now, I don't know if you've heard, but the New Mexico Lobos, the lovable losers of college football, have really scored a pretty good coach that's been out of coaching for 2 years. You probably heard of him, Bronco Mendenhall. He used to coach BYU, and then he went to Virginia. And of the 17 years that he's coached, 16 of his teams went to a bowl game. And Bronco has history with the University of New Mexico, as he was a defensive line coach, I believe, or a defensive coordinator under head coach Rocky Long back in the 90s. So he has gotten himself a bunch of his buddies from Virginia, and I think a couple from BYU when he was coaching. And it's going to be interesting to see the first year of football in New Mexico. You know, maybe that second year we'll have some substantial results. And, you know, right now, I'd be inclined to buy a football ticket to see the Lobos play ball. And, I mean, those tickets ain't much. I mean, they're like $10 or $15. And that's for the cheap seats, which basically is the whole stadium. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to football season next year. So, anyway, speaking of football, how are your Bengals doing? Are they still in the playoffs or in the hunt for a playoff position or what?
They're toast. They're toast. When they lost that game to the Chiefs last week, that was the final nail in the coffin. Now, just like so many other games, there was a lot of controversy about the officiating of that game. It really appeared the officials were again making sure Kansas City won that game. There was a bunch of bad calls over the past weekend.
Well, you know, that's kind of evident in both the college and professional.
NFL. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that last play Texas had against, was I supposed to take that or not? No, I guess I'm good. You know, Texas, the defender from Washington kind of horse-collared that old boy in the end zone and used that to jump up to knock the football away from the Texas player. And I'm thinking, well, why wouldn't that be called a penalty? You know?
Mm-hmm.
I understand the idea of let the people play, but damn, you know, something that blatant should have been called. You know, but that's just me. Keep left at the fork, okay? Swear, I tell you what, trying to find this terminal location is going to be a real fun thing tonight. So I guess I better let you go before I have myself an accident.
Don't do that. That's right. Happy New Year, Heat Wave. Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, there was. I mean, yeah, bad officiating in that Kansas City-Cincinnati game. What about the call in the Dallas, Detroit game? What a debacle that was. When they come back showing the video of that player, going up to the ref, telling him, declaring he's eligible receiver. Yeah, just a couple of them, many other examples, but several it kind of shared over the past day or so via the Overnight Drive fan page and some others. Somewhere out there, there's a good chance a truck driver may have shoved in his glove box or his wallet or somewhere a lottery ticket that's worth $1 million that's about to expire. You say likely a truck driver because it was sold at a Pilot Travel Center in Hendry County, Kentucky over the summer. Back in July, that was. Unclaimed tickets sold July 19th of 2023 at the Pilot Travel Center, again in Hendry County, Kentucky. It was a Powerball ticket. It was a secondary prize of $1 million. It will expire on January the 15th, 10 days. If somebody's sitting on it, the ticket must be shown at the headquarters before 5 p.m. Eastern Time on January the 12th. So really, good chance somebody out there, who was it a few weeks ago? Scarecrow, I think it was, talking about, he had a stack of tickets and he decided to go through and check, did I have any winners in here, whatnot, just like letting them pile up. And, well, I think he ended up with a whopping $5 or something. I don't know what it was out of it, but Somebody, you may have shoved it in the glove box, have it over the visor, not realizing. $1 million, man, that would suck to lose. 9 before the hour, and we'll return into Eagle Got You coming up, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up, we'll delve into what is anticipated to be a big, big year for SpaceX. They've been setting records, spaceflight records, year after year, and the expectation is 2024 will be no different. We'll tell you more again coming up. A little college football talk, Eagle. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah, Steve. I didn't get a chance to talk about this last night. The college football situation. Like your previous caller said, I told you college football is going way in the wrong direction. You know, for years, I said that players should receive money, but it's gone too far now, Steve. When you got Deion Sanders, his son is walking around college campus with a Rolex watch on, driving a Rolls Royce sports car, wearing expensive clothes. They've taken it to a whole nother level. And like I said, all it does is put a mark on these players. Deion Sanders' son, a quarterback, there were teams that were actually out to take him out of the game simply because they knew he was a high dollar player. And a lot of it was due to jealousy. But he did it to himself. He would, flash, wearing a Rolex watch on the field before the game. But like I said, it's okay for players to have money, but this type of money is ridiculous. You talk about the quarterback. This guy, he didn't even see action this year, Steve. The Manning guy who comes from the Peyton Manning and Eli Manning's young nephew, he signed with Texas. This guy hasn't even played a game, and I say he's already making $2-3 million a year. And he didn't even he didn't even touch the field this year. This is totally ridiculous. And then I understand that Ohio State. I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about him, the quarterback. I've never seen a quarterback on a team that goes 11-0 decide to move on to another team that's worse than one that went to Syracuse. It makes absolutely no sense. And then they said today that Ohio State signed a quarterback from another school to come in and take his place. So you got players that's jumping from school to school simply because of money. And that's not what college football is all about, Steve. It's not been that way, and it shouldn't be that way. But they're destroying the game. They're basically turning it into the NFL with basically the highest bidder gets the best players. That's what Deion Sanders is doing out in Colorado. It's basically put more money on the table. Whoever puts the most money on the table, cars, jewelry, women, or whatever they're giving these kids, is going to have the best squad. And that's not the right way to do things. Steve, Nick Saban, coach of Alabama, they say the best coach ever in college football. He doesn't even like what's going on with this new portal and transfers. I understand that some of his players are transferred. You know, Alabama, one of the best programs in college, and you have people leaving his program to move on to other schools. It makes no sense. And then they said today they got a running back out of Mississippi, Ole Miss University, the team that won 11 ball games, and for some reason he don't get along with the coach, so he's transferring out to another school. Got leaving a team that won 11 games to go somewhere else. Mm-hmm. This is totally out of hand, totally out of control. What's happening in college football, Steve? And then like you say, you know, with the Georgia-Florida State game, that was the biggest victory in the history of college football. Georgia won by, I think, 60 points. No college bowl game has ever had a team lose by 60 points. And a lot of those players at Florida State refused to play in the bowl game. What good does it do to go 11-0, Steve? What good does it do to win 11 football games and then decide not to play a bowl game and have your team get embarrassed on national television in front of everybody? That's not what it's all about.
You are one of so many. Then I mean, nearly everyone we've talked to this week after the bowl games last weekend have been on the same page about the portal, and Big Ed especially was just adamant about players being that's being a loser. But we have to pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Biden administration officials, including those at the U.S. State Department, say they don't know who was behind the attack inside Iran Wednesday that left 100 people dead.
We don't have any more detail in terms of how it happened or who might be responsible for it.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby speaking late Wednesday. 2 explosions rocked an area very close to the site where a top Iranian general was killed by U.S. forces several years ago. The Israel-Hamas war turning global, still a fear amongst those in D.C. 60 Republican congressmen, led by new House Speaker Mike Johnson, take time to tour the southern border in Eagle Pass, Texas.
From Michigan to Florida, we represent over half the U.S. states because every state in America is now a border state. And we've seen that on vivid display today.
Speaker Johnson with reporters Wednesday, the White House piling blame on Republicans for the immigration crunch.
Speaker Johnson, who has been very clear where he stands on the border, continues with the House Republicans to make this a political issue and has blocked any efforts for the president to deal with the border.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters Republicans rejected President Biden's supplemental funding request, which included border funding. But Republicans argue there needs to be significant policy changes from the administration. Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State says she believes former President Trump is an insurrectionist, while at the same time likely including his name on primary ballots in Colorado anyway. Secretary of State Jena Griswold spoke out on Wednesday. At the same time, though, Colorado's deadline to finalize presidential primary ballots is Friday, and Griswold is not bound by a Colorado Supreme Court's earlier decision to keep Trump's name off the ballot. The issue is being resolved in the courts in the meantime. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The White House says it does not know who is responsible for the attack inside Iran that killed 100 people on Wednesday. It's what a State Department spokesman echoed with reporters later in the day.
The United States was not involved in any way, and any suggestion to the contrary is ridiculous. And we have no reason to believe that Israel was involved in this explosion.
Iranian state media reports 2 explosions occurred as people gathered near the burial site of the Iranian general. He was killed in a U.S. drone strike several years ago. The death toll continues to rise in the wake of this week's large earthquake in Japan. There are now at least 73 people confirmed dead after the magnitude 7.5 quake shook western Japan on New Year's Day. There are thousands of damaged buildings still being searched for survivors. Roughly 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate. It is the deadliest quake to have hit Japan since 2016. Former President Trump is explaining the noticeable absence of his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, including during a New Year's Eve party at Mar-a-Lago.
Her mother, Melania, is very ill, and hopefully that'll be okay.
It's also Trump's explanation for why his wife was not in the family's Christmas photo and why she has been absent on the campaign trail and in court proceedings. Ford recalling more than 112,000 F-150 pickup trucks over concerns the vehicles may roll away on their own without the parking brake applied. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. That means it is Friday. Left off there talking with Eagle about college football, the transfer portal. He just goes back over the last few days. It looks like Alabama. They've got, 9 players that entered the transfer portal there. Less than a week after Alabama's loss to Michigan in the college football playoff, 9 Tide players have entered the transfer portal. Wow, I mean, that's from Athlon Sports yesterday. You can pull this one up. The NCAA transfer portal has seen an unprecedented amount of entries over the past month. That continued on Wednesday of this week as 9 players from the same team entered the portal in a span of 15 minutes. Wow. 9 Alabama football players entered the transfer portal on Wednesday. All 9 entries became official in the span of 15 minutes. Saban and the Crimson Tide were expecting transfer portal entries following their loss to Michigan, but still 9 players leaving the program in 15 minutes is practically unheard of. The most significant of the bunch was the starting center, Seth McLaughlin, who had multiple low snaps, including on the final play at the Rose Bowl versus Michigan. That list also included several high-profile recruits, including 2023 4-star quarterback Eli Holstein. The good news for Saban and the Tide is they'll replace their transfer portal losses with the nation's number 2 overall signing class. In other words, the rich get richer, according to that report. But yeah, that's just, it's crazy out there with the transfer portal. So back at it here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Want to jump on board? We're going to get the phones reconnected here, so hang in there. It's 844-844-3388. And they're trying to act squirrely, so let me see what we can get gathered up here. All right, if we can't get there they go. Okay, they're coming back online, I believe. Several had dropped off during the break there. Looks like for the first time in the new year, Daryl is on board. Well, Happy New Year, Daryl.
Good morning. How's the family?
Everybody doing well. Stryker doing well. How about yourself? Ready for another big year?
I am. You were mentioning Henry County a while ago. Last Sunday, I went back to a church that I hadn't been to in 50 years. 1974, and I got lost going home trying to get over to Carrollton, Kentucky. Went through Baghdad, Kentucky 2 times, but when I got to Henry County, they had a school, a high school that looked like it cost $40 million. It was a beautiful high school, and the farms in Henry County were just outstanding. It looked like you went from Mississippi to Hollywood when you went into Henry County. Beautiful place. So whoever got that ticket in his truck needs to find it and cash it in.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you have a nice New Year's Day and rest during that 10-day vacation?
Got plenty. I screwed my sleep schedule up because I was doing a lot of sleeping at night, if you know what I mean. But I think I'm getting back on track here.
When I drove a 18-wheeler, I had them old loud Detroits and Cummins engines, and I would come home on a Monday after 70 hours and run out of time and lay down about 10 o'clock, and that engine would be running in my head just like I was sitting in the truck.
Yep.
And I'd have to turn on a fan or a radio in order to go sleep. We drove back when we had them loud trucks. You couldn't hardly stay in the cab they were so loud. That's when I listened to your daddy.
Oh, back in the day, huh? Yes, indeed.
Man,
he kept
me awake.
I'm one of those that I gotta have some background noise. I've been sleeping with the fan for years. If I don't have a fan, I last year when we went down to the Mid America Truck, I even took a box fan with me because I gotta have that noise to sleep.
Isn't that interesting? I have to have the radio on to go to sleep. You lay there, you think of everything that you need to do, everything you haven't done, and everything you wished you hadn't have done. Well, give my regards to Stryker, and really enjoy your show, Steve. Talk to you later.
A happy New Year to you. Thanks for chiming in this Friday, Daryl. Have a great weekend as well. What do we see? 12 past the hour. There he is. Back to Eagle Air. My apologies. Our phone screwed up. It wasn't on your end, but I was talking to, I came back and I was talking about that whole transfer portal. And apparently Wednesday, Alabama had 9 team members join that transfer portal in 15 minutes time.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Steve. You know, that can totally devastate a team. You know, when you lose 9 people like that, you got to try to replace them. And it's hard on Nick Saban. You know, the guy's already, 72 years old. You know, he makes it hard for the coaches, because they got to travel from city to city, trying to get new people to come in on, for to replace these guys. And, Nick Saban is already, older individual. So it's putting a strain on him. And that's the reason why he doesn't like it, this new portal thing. This is not what college football is all about. Transferring people out. I can see one guy, but 9 or 10 guys moving on to other schools. You got these people have to be replaced, and it's hard to find replacements that are just as good as those guys. So college football is going the wrong direction right now. And they're gonna lose a lot of fans because college football a lot of people are loyal to their teams. They go to the game and tailgate. They be out in the park, Ohio State games, Michigan. Those people be out there 5, 6 o'clock in the morning barbecuing before game time, and 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. You got people out in the parking lot at 5, 6 in the morning, waiting for the game to start. So they're gonna lose a lot of fans because this is not the right way to go about football. And like I said, the money is eventually you got some college players making more money than NFL players, and there's definitely something wrong with that. When you got a college player making more money than a pro football player. So it's something that's got to, it don't look like it's going to change because it seems like they want the thing for college football to change. But I want to move on to another subject right quick, Steve, while I'm on the line with you.
Sure.
I know you talked about it earlier, but I'm not going to overlook this situation with this Bill Clinton and his name being on that list. Epstein's list going out to Fantasy Island. Bill Clinton, they said that he was on that plane over 50 times, Steve. That's not no coincidence. Bill Clinton, they say that there was no foul play taken. Well, what the hell is he doing on that plane 50 times going out to that island? From what I understood, I think I seen a video a couple of years ago that Epstein had a picture of Bill Clinton on his wall, and he was in a woman's dress or something. I think that's what I heard. But there was a big portrait of Bill Clinton inside this man's home at this place. And, like I said, Bill Clinton needs to explain himself. he needs to explain why he was going out to that island 50 times and what the hell he was doing out there. And the same thing, a lot of people are trying to overlook it, but I bet they wouldn't overlook it if Donald Trump's name was on there. Joe Biden's name was on that list too. Now, what was Joe Biden doing at Fantasy Island? His name was on there. And good old Barack Obama. Barack Obama's name was on that list. Oprah Winfrey's name was on that list. There's a whole lot of people's name that was on that list. And they had the nerve to come out today, Steve, and say, well, we have no evidence of foul play taking place. But but they say that people were having sex with underage girls. So why did they go to the island? They were just out there laying out on the beach getting the suntan. But they weren't interested in those young girls.
I'll try to explain that. The names that are being released, these aren't necessarily people who actually went to the island with Epstein. Yeah, let me try to break it down for you so you have a little better understanding. As far as Bill Clinton, the number 50 came up a lot. 50 times his name was included in various documents. We know that he had flown on the Lolita Express. Don't know how many times he actually went to the island. Trump's name was on the list as well. They say Trump never visited the island or his apartment there, whatever it is, place there in New York. We got a bunch of names on Wednesday, a new batch of documents on Thursday, adding several hundred additional pages, to the fountain of information dealing how Epstein leveraged his connections to the rich and the powerful to recruit his victims and cover up his crimes. Thursday's dump was referred to as 19 documents, about 300 pages, about half of what was released on Wednesday. And there are more documents yet to be released. Now, some of the names sprinkled in celebrities, politicians who socialized with Epstein or worked with him in the years before he was publicly accused of nearly 2 decades of paying underage girls for sex. Most of the names were familiar to anyone who's followed the scandal closely, including the criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, the former girlfriend, household manager, chief recruiter of the young, vulnerable girls. It was during her 2-year trial 2 years ago that Epstein's victims, some of whom aspired to be models or artists, described how he would drop the names of famous people and influential friends to suggest that he was connected. And you hook up with me. I can put you in contact with this or that, or Michael Jackson or whatever. And this is your ticket to fame. You can reach your dreams. Now, the roughly 250 documents being unsealed that started earlier this week on Wednesday. In one of the lawsuits against Maxwell, mostly kind of rehash what's been long known about a man who traveled in elite circles until his July 2019 sex trafficking arrest left him so cornered that he took his own life in jail, quote, right? But they've included a few fresh details about a pyramid of abuse that grew over 30 years, damaging dozens of teenage girls and young women. Among the famous people in Epstein's orbit before he was exposed as a sexual predator were the likes of former President Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, Michael Jackson, David Copperfield. According to the accounts of his victims and other witnesses quoted in the newly released documents, none of them charged with any wrongdoing. There were also repetitions of well-known stories. Britain's Prince Andrew, he was sued by one of Epstein's victims who said she had sexual encounters with the royal when she was 17. They settled a lawsuit back in 22. The court documents being released now are related to the 2015 lawsuit that Guthrie brought against Maxwell. Thousands of pages of documents in the lawsuit had been made public previously, but some sections were blacked out because of privacy concerns. Most of that was the names. Of course, the judge last month ordered those redactions to be lifted, mostly because names in the documents had already been made public through news coverage or other court proceedings. Some of the more interesting documents released Wednesday was the May of 2016 deposition of Johanna Sjoberg. She worked as a masseuse in Epstein's house. Yeah, she said she once met Michael Jackson at Epstein's Palm Beach, Florida home, but that nothing untoward happened with the late pop icon. Epstein also had homes in Manhattan, New Mexico, the Virgin Islands. She described in April of 2001 a trip to New York in which she said Prince Andrew touched her breast while they posed for a photo at Epstein's Manhattan townhome. Now, Clinton previously said through a spokesperson, although he traveled on Epstein's jet several times, he never visited his homes. He had no knowledge of the crimes and had not spoke to him since his conviction. Trump also said at one point in time he thought Epstein was a terrific guy. They later had a falling out. Sjoberg also testified that she once went to a dinner at one of Epstein's homes that was also attended by David Copperfield. She said he did magic tricks before asked if she was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls. Now, one allegation against Epstein and Maxwell was that some girls that he paid for sexual acts later recruited other victims. Sjoberg said Copperfield didn't get any more specific about what he meant. Copperfield publicists did not respond to an email seeking comment. So the newly released records also include many references to Jean-Luc Brunel, the French modeling agent who was a close friend to Epstein, who killed himself in Paris in a jail in 22 while he was awaiting trial on charges that he raped underage girls. Guffrey was actually among the women who accused him of sexual abuse. Separately, Brunel's estate was sued this week by a woman who alleges that he and others sexually assaulted her while she worked as a model in New York. She said that on one occasion she was driven to a home in Canada, kept there several days while men abused her. That lawsuit, filed in state court in California, it doesn't actually mention Epstein or Maxwell in the suit, but that's suing Brunel's estate. So just because a name is released doesn't mean they were at Epstein Island. Again, Clinton did acknowledge he flew on his plane on more than one occasion. I don't think it was 50. But said he never visited his homes. I mean, that would kind of allude to the fact that he said he never went on the Lolita Express to Epstein Island. There's a lot more we're going to be learning. Yeah, like I said, these names are not from, what would you call it, the flight list, the flight log. That flight log on the Lolita Express to that island there in the Virgin Islands, names on that flight list, that would be a whole lot more incriminating, because we know definitively what was going on that island. Yeah, pretty much consistently for many, many years. And everything that happened on that island, inside the residence, outside the residence, everything was caught on camera. There was pretty much nowhere on that island you could go and not be under some form of surveillance. You were being recorded. And, of course, the speculation from so many is Epstein had enough to blackmail who knows how many people. That's why he hung himself, right? No, it's a lot of influential people somewhere down the line, as most people believe, who got paid how much to make sure that guy never got to say a word in court and never got out of jail. Meanwhile, what do we got? 25 past the hour. Let's see what's going on with Brain Dead on a happy Monday.
Oh, Steve, you got to love Mondays, right? Well, anyway, before I get to Hollywood's illegitimate son there, Gilligan, or should I say Gilliwood, I sent you a few stories, including our new Dumbass of the Week nominees this week. Did you see those?
Let me see. Yes, I got them earlier. I forgot all about them because I didn't print them up.
Slacker.
But I've got them here.
Anyway, yeah. I don't know if you saw it or not, but we had a UPS and a FedEx truck got broken into here while they were out making deliveries.
Tuesday.
Yeah, it was yesterday?
Tuesday.
Yesterday or Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah, it's I've noticed now they're not too bad with the cargo thefts now. But I saw something, I don't know if you can find it or not, but up there in Chicago, they busted a warehouse full of $5 million of merchandise. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, I saw one of those little TikTok reels kind of deep things, and they were showing that where the people busted a $5 million cargo theft ring. Something interesting. But, you know, I heard old Gilliwood there, you know, Hollywood's illegitimate son there, talking about the bets.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, see, he did tell you fully what happened. See, you know, he's got to be related to Nick Saban somehow and paying off the referee because, of course, Heatwave was a referee because that's why the ice was melting. So he's making money over here. You know, I mean, how in the world can we finance inbred rednecks campaign still too? But one other thing before I forget it, Steve, did you happen to hear the news of Bidenomics has hit another business, Steve?
Another business. Which one is it hit now?
Oh, Steve, what are we going to do now? You know Five Guys, right? The burger chain, Five Guys?
Absolutely, yeah, love them.
Well, they're going to have to change their name to Two Broke Girls. Vitamin.
All right, yeah, no, we'll have to do some sort of a television sitcom spin-off thing with that, right? Two Broke Girls. All right, so we'll get a news break here. Lines available, 844-844-3388. And as I said, when we come back here, to delve a little bit more into just how big of a year they're anticipating for SpaceX. Elon Musk, they launched 96 missions last year in 2023. That was a record. What are we predicting for 2024? We'll let you know. Right here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A judge unsealing accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein's client list, and several high-profile people were connected to him. Although no accusations of anything improper are being made, the names have raised a few eyebrows. Magician David Copperfield, former President Bill Clinton, the late Michael Jackson, and as expected, Prince Andrew were all on the list. Former President Trump back on the ballot in Colorado. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold said the Supreme Court made a caveat in their decision that if it was to be appealed, he could remain on the ballot until that appeal's decision. A disturbing video from a courtroom in Nevada shows a defendant flying over the bench and attacking the judge after she denied him bail. Miraculously, the judge only suffered a minor head injury. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it. Friday, TGIF. Lines available at 844-844-3388. So, yeah, the rest of the story. Elon Musk Company launched 96 missions last year. A big jump from the previous high of 61, which was set in 2022. And they're planning another big leap here in 24, one that will take them well above the century mark. And I quote, as we look to next year, we want to increase our flight rate to about 12 flights per month, or 144, according to SpaceX Vice President of Build and Flight Reliability. Now, that works out to one launch every 2.8 days. I mean, that's unthinkable here just a few years ago. But as they've been showing, SpaceX has a history of reframing ideas of what's possible in spaceflight. So that's an ambitious target. It seems almost eminently achievable. Starlink will lead the way. Roughly 2/3 of SpaceX launches last year were devoted to building the Starlink satellite network, the internet mega constellation. That's continuing this year because the network's nowhere near complete. Currently, Starlink consists of about 5,230 operational spacecraft. According to astrophysicist and satellite tracker Jonathan McDowell, SpaceX has permission to deploy a total of 12,000 Starlink satellites, though. And they've actually applied for approval for another 30,000 on top of that. So Starlink batches should keep flying from both coasts, Vandenberg Space Base in California and Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and the Kennedy Space Center throughout the year. We'll also have more SpaceX astronaut launches this year. They launched 3 crewed missions to the ISS last year, 2 for NASA and 1 for Axiom Space, a Houston-based company that aims to get their own outpost up and running in low Earth orbit a few years from now. SpaceX will send 5 astronaut missions skyward this year, if all goes according to plan. That would include the Crew 8 and Crew 9 flights for NASA that are scheduled to lift off, one in February, one in August. Axiom's AX-3 mission to launch on January 17th, just a few days away. And AX-4 is targeted no earlier than October of this year. And in April, SpaceX plans to launch Polaris Dawn, a free-flying mission to low Earth orbit that will feature the first ever spacewalk by a private astronaut. 91 of SpaceX's 96 orbital missions last year were flown by the workhorse, the Falcon 9 rocket. And their Falcon Heavy accounted for the other 5. 2023 also featured 2 test flights of the Starship, of course. And we know first one didn't go well at all. Second one did a little better. Separation occurred. Probably won't be long before we are ready for Starship launch number 3. They've made progress on the second flight, and they've already test-fired the engines for this 3rd edition, which they plan to launch pretty much as soon as they get the license from the Federal Aviation Administration. They're also working to get other Starship vehicles ready in keeping up with their development philosophy. So a lot of test flights and rapid iteration. The CEO of the venture capital and advisory firm Fortuna Investments is, I think, maybe by the end of the year, they'll actually get it down pat in a functional way, not a cadence, but just demonstrating the reusability. So that's going to be huge. And he's referencing Starship there. But time is of the essence for Starship's development. NASA chose the giant vehicle to be the first crewed lander for its Artemis program, looking to establish a permanent, sustainable human presence on and around the moon by the end of the 2020s. Plan calls for Starship to ferry astronauts to the lunar surface for the first time on the Artemis 3 mission, which that's currently scheduled to lift off in late 2025 or 26. So that's what the rush is on to get things done with Starship. But a big year. Imagine the 144 flights, how far we have come when it comes to space flight. Sundance.
Yeah, Mr. Summers. Hey, we're giving Trump a pass on this Epstein thing, and I don't understand why.
What do you mean? Who's giving him a pass? I just made it abundantly clear that Bill Clinton is not guilty. Trump's not guilty. No, nobody that was mentioned is necessarily guilty of anything.
Well, why would they go to the island?
Well, that's the question. Nobody's clarified that any of those people on this list went to the island.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. You remember when Rush Limbaugh come back one time and he got held up at the airport, and that he told about it on his show. And I'm sure a lot of the listeners from this show will know about that show.
Mm-hmm.
But he got caught with a bunch of Viagra when he come back from the Caribbean. You think he might have gone down to Epstein Island?
I have no idea. I don't remember. I never heard anything about Viagra. I clearly recall that he got an addiction to the Vicodin that he was taking for years, and almost lost his hearing from taking that.
Oh no, it was the Viagra is what caused the hearing loss. But okay, but anyway, so you got Trump, Clinton. Who's got the tapes that Epstein had?
Well, that's my question. Who has it? I asked Pappy that the other night. He said probably the CIA, maybe. Somebody's got to have
the FBI's got it.
CIA, FBI, somebody.
FBI's got it.
Okay.
Yep, they've got them. Yeah, they confiscated them. So therefore, the guy in charge of the FBI is on the list. They're not going to let those tapes out. They got the tapes. They got every one of them.
You think Christopher... so right now it's Christopher Wray. You think Wray was on the list also?
No. Christopher Wray was put in charge of the FBI.
Yeah.
And Christopher Wray is somebody's telling him not to release those tapes. He's in charge of the tapes right now.
Okay.
He could give us all the information we need. We don't have to speculate or anything.
Well, I mean,
but,
here's one thing for certain, Sundance. If Christopher Wray had anything with any sort of tape that had any reference to Donald Trump being on that damn island, I can guarantee you that would be front and center. Now, some of these others, all these others, Democrats that he's been covering for the past umpteen years, they're not going to allow anything. Well, what if Hunter Biden was down there or Bill Clinton was down there? They're not going to let that come. If they had Trump, do you think they'd try to hide that for 1 second?
Trump's got a lot of money, and I would like to know what Trump and Epstein had a falling out about. What kind of deal would make those two people fall out of business?
I have no idea.
Well, because Trump didn't like to pay people, so maybe he didn't pay for his trip to Epstein Island. So maybe that's why Epstein didn't want to have nothing to do with Trump no more. Didn't pay.
Well, it didn't say Epstein didn't want to do anything with Trump. We don't know which way it went. You're pretty good at making things up, Sundance. You're really good at just pulling things out of thin air.
Well, I'm just doing what y'all do on the other side, so I'm just going with another version, my point of view. Therefore, we can meet in the middle. They're all a bunch of buttholes.
Well, okay, we can agree on that. Thank you, Roki. Roki said, fact check, June of 2006. Customs officials found Viagra in his luggage. I guess he's talking about, what's his name, Rush Limbaugh. But his name was not on the prescription. Paul Miller, spokesman for the Palm Beach, whatever, so... It is 844-844-3388. It's a casual Friday, so let's delve a little bit into, I think Roy sent me this yesterday. This is a interesting story, fascinating. There was a movie somewhere down the line, can't remember which one it was, where the dog ate like the diamond ring, and they were having to follow the dog around the yard, waiting for the dog to poop so they could try to find the ring. In this case, Clayton Law pulled $4,000 out of he and his wife's joint savings account. They were having a fence installed around their home in Pittsburgh, and the workers asked to be paid in cash. Well, after returning from the bank with a sealed envelope full of $150 bills, he set the money on the kitchen counter. He intended to stash it away later, but he never got the chance. 30 minutes later, he was stunned to find tiny pieces of chewed-up bills strewn across the floor. In a panic, he hollered for his wife. He was yelling, "Cecil ate $4,000. Now, his wife, Carrie, recalled, this is just a month ago, December the 8th. She said, "I ran in, thinking I had to have heard him wrong, but when I saw the mess on the floor, there was no doubt. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. Cecil had really done it." Cecil is a 7-year-old golden doodle that's lived with them since he was a puppy. For 5 years, he had the run of the house until the arrival of the son, Rory, who is now 2 years old. They describe the Labradoodle as a goofy guy, very particular. You could leave a steak on the table and he wouldn't touch it because he's not food motivated. But apparently he is money motivated. Cecil had not been interested in things on the counter in the past, nor had he torn other items up in the home. He's never really done anything bad before, so we're kind of shocked, more shocked than angry. But we couldn't believe it. We're like, what are we going to do? As Cecil sulked away to take a nap on the living room sofa, first they made a call to the veterinarian to see if he needed to be checked out for eating a stack of cash. The vet said, now, given the size, 100 pounds, as long as he's eating and drinking, going to the bathroom, he should be fine. If it was a small dog, it'd have been a different story. But they tried to salvage what they could from the kitchen floor. They gathered up torn up bills. They were able to piece together about $1,500 worth. She called the bank and told the manager what happened. She said, I felt like the kid in school who said, the dog ate my homework. I was actually surprised when they told me they've seen similar things happen multiple times. Maybe dogs like the peculiar smell on money, but they explained the bank would take back any bills that had been taped together with the full serial numbers visible on the front and the back. And they also said the Bureau of Engraving and Printing also generally requires at least half of each bill is salvageable. So essentially, Cecil was sitting on the sofa with $2,500 in his belly. And we knew there was only one way to get that back. Late that night, he vomited up a couple of torn hundreds. But we had to be patient and kind of summon our humor to get the rest of the bills. Clayton intrepidly put on a mask and gloves, grabbed a bunch of plastic bags, and accompanied Cecil on his backyard rounds over the next several days as Cecil relieved himself. He and his wife then sifted through the dog's droppings, washed the torn bits of bills with dish soap. I never thought I'd be able to say I've laundered money. But I guess there's a first time for everything, he says. Here we were, waiting for the dog to go to the bathroom so we could get the rest of the money. We had to laugh. It was so absurd. They actually made some videos as they snapped the dog's $4,000 meal, posted it on Instagram. In that video, they say, this is Cecil. He's never done anything bad in his life until he ate $4,000. That video of them washing the money, piecing it back together like a jigsaw puzzle, had been liked more than 175,000 times. Then there was a newspaper in Pittsburgh that wrote about the story. So we couldn't be mad at them. Long story short, all said and done, they were able to retrieve about $1,800 from Cecil's backyard deposits and piece them together. So that brought their total to like $3,550. I mean, out of $4,000 the dog ate, but what a fun job that must have been. putting the jigsaw puzzles together. Literally, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, of course, we have a weekend storm that's getting underway as we speak this Friday morning. Continuing to bring some heavy rains knocking at the door. We've got rain from Corpus Christi to Houston to Dallas, on up to Oklahoma City. Yeah, that transition line to from rain to snow is now right about Wichita, Kansas. From there westward, you've got some snow bands. So much of western portions of Kansas. On back into southeastern Colorado from Pueblo down into the southeastern portions of the state. That's the system's going to continue to bring a lot of rain all through the Gulf Coast as we head into and through the weekend, then become a big East Coast storm. Biggest snowfall in years for many along the eastern seaboard. But give you advance warning so you can make maybe pay attention to your travel plans for next week. Literally just days after this storm drops the snow and snarls traffic of the southern high plains and the northeast. Get ready. Next week, a second major cross-country storm will threaten to bring heavy snow to the central USA, about 1,000-mile swath from northeastern New Mexico to northern Michigan early next week. This storm could hit travel hard in the central states this time around. The major hubs of Chicago, Kansas City, Missouri, looking at heavy snow, potential blizzard conditions. Big change in the weather pattern is taking shape now that the calendar has flipped over to 2024. Large winter-style storms were really scarce in the final weeks of last year, but the new year breathing new life into the weather pattern. One storm after another lining up over the Pacific, each tracking across the rugged terrain of the western U.S. into the plains, where they can not only tap moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, but also pull down cold air out of Canada. The busy nature of the weather pattern is going to take a toll on travel and shipping, where the weather made both of those pretty much a breeze in the month of December. All bets are off now. Here it is January, with these various storms hitting one area hard one day, another area the next. Airline travel is going to face flight delays, cancellations, crews and aircraft will be displaced. The beginnings of the major storm from the central states early next week begins out west this weekend, with an area of low-elevation rain and mountain snow. Wintry precip will make travel difficult over the passes of the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada. over to the southern Rockies this weekend. Soon after that storm emerges from the southern Rockies Sunday night, it begins that northeastward track over the southern plains, the Mississippi Valley, Monday into Tuesday, then exiting by the way of the Great Lakes by Tuesday night. It will be a multifaceted storm, major impacts, heavy snow, heavy rain, potentially dangerous severe weather, including tornadoes in the south. But there's going to be a long stripe of snow with blizzard conditions possible on the northern side of the storm, the northern and western side of the center, which right now the models are depicting from northern New Mexico, the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas, southeast Colorado, to central and northern Illinois, central and southern Wisconsin, on into central and northern Michigan. You're going to see that cut on areas south of that. It's just going to be a whole lot of rain, rain, rain. Things are actually going to warm up from the Mississippi Valley through much of the Ohio Valley. Models right now are depicting just plain old rain for much of southern Indiana, a good chunk of Ohio. But that'll all be coming together in the coming days. So, yeah, advance warning will keep you up to speed, of course. All right, before we get back to, news break just ahead. We'll get back to your calls after that. Since we're so close, let's share one more story. We did hear in a news break a bit earlier this morning that the Walt Disney Company lost the top spot at the global box office last year. An unprecedented string of, box office flops. They used the term woke flops, including The Marvels, Wish, the latest Indiana Jones sequel. For the past 7 years, Disney has reigned supreme, thanks in large part to the Marvel Pixar brands. This year, Universal takes that number one spot, propelled by Super Mario Brothers and the movie Oppenheimer. Now, the dethroning of Disney, just the latest piece of bad news for the beleaguered studio, which is seen returned CEO Bob Iger flounder in his job, they say. They experienced a bloodbath last year in the form of 7,000 layoffs worldwide, more cuts yet to come. But the growing number of box office failures is probably the biggest blow to Disney's prestige, a losing streak, and, of course, the woke messaging. Woke, go broke. That's the term they used. We'll return. Final hour coming up. Stick around. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. us or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. 60 Republican congressmen, led by new House Speaker Mike Johnson, take time to tour the southern border in Eagle Pass, Texas.
From California to Maryland, from Michigan to Florida, every state in America is now a border state.
Meanwhile, the White House is piling blame on Republicans.
Speaker Johnson continues with the House Republicans to make this a political issue.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that Republicans rejected President Biden's supplemental funding request, but Republicans argue there also needs to be significant policy changes to slow down the flow of immigrants. Colorado's Democratic Secretary of State says she believes former President Trump is an insurrectionist, while at the same time likely including his name on primary ballots in that state anyway. Secretary of State Jena Griswold spoke out on Wednesday. At the same time, though, Colorado's deadline to finalize presidential primary ballots is Friday, and Griswold is not bound by a Colorado Supreme Court's earlier decision to keep Trump's name off the ballot, at least not yet. The issue is being resolved in the courts. Biden administration officials, including those at the U.S. State Department, say they don't know who was behind the attack inside Iran Wednesday that left 100 people dead. The Israel-Hamas war turning global continues to be a fear amongst those in D.C.
Both inside Israel, whether it be in the north or whether it be in the West Bank or outside of Israel, in other countries in the region.
The death toll continues to rise in the wake of this week's large earthquake in Japan. There are now at least 73 people confirmed dead after the magnitude 7.5 quake shook western Japan on New Year's Day. Roughly 30,000 people have been forced to evacuate. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The same global initiative under the UN, which sought to correct COVID disinformation online, is now shifting focus to combating climate disinformation.
At the Department of Global Communications, this will be a key preoccupation as we adapt the United Nations Verified Initiative.
The UN's Undersecretary for Global Communications, Melissa Fleming, she says the initiatives will be targeted at ensuring digital literacy for youth, as well as sending out UN info blasts about climate. Similar messaging efforts were taken during the COVID-19 pandemic. SpaceX founder Elon Musk is the focus of a National Labor Relations Board complaint filed against the aerospace company. The company is being accused of firing 8 employees who publicly criticized the billionaire tech entrepreneur and their boss in a 2022 letter. The letter was in relation to sexually suggestive tweets made by Musk, along with criticism about how his statements did not match with company policy. There's been no immediate response from SpaceX, noted on the filing. Multiple charges against Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, are being dropped by a judge in Kansas. He was accused of forcibly kissing the owner of an Overland Park restaurant back in 2023. Jackson Mahomes, now a social media influencer, still faces 1 misdemeanor, which will go to trial in March. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Final hour. Here we go on a Friday. Yes, indeed. 5th day of January. Hope you've had a good week. Heading into that first weekend of the new year. And we get some new numbers. It appears there ain't nobody, not one top federal official in any branch of government, elected or appointed, that has an approval rating over 50%. Nobody. Our government's doing a good job. U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts comes in at 48%. That's as close as it gets to 50%. At the low end, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, a 27% approval rating. Now, Roberts also sustained the steepest decline of anyone since Gallup's last poll on the subject in December of 21, where he came in with a 60% approval rating at the time. Yet now at 48%, he's closer to the overall court's approval rating of 41%. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell saw a double-digit decline in 2 years. He dropped 10 points to 43% in this latest survey. Powell is viewed as the poster child for massive increases in inflation, according to Gallup. President Biden has an approval rating of 40%, the same number as House Speaker Mike Johnson. Johnson's approval rating mirrors the 40% that then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi received in December of 21. Now, they noted they did not survey former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in his 9 months on the job. Independents surveyed overwhelmingly approved of Roberts, 48%, while McConnell came in at 26%, the lowest in the non-party affiliated group. But long story short, no leader today in the White House, Congress, or Supreme Court has majority job approval from Americans or comes close to receiving bipartisan support. Aside from Mitch McConnell, who lacks solid support from any party group, today's leaders can merely, all you can count on is your own partisan group to approve of how you're handling your job, while the opposing party, and for the most part independents, are more likely to disapprove than approve. Gallup reported there was at least one congressional leader that had a lower approval rating than McConnell, and that was back in 1995 when Newt Gingrich at the time had a 25% approval rating. Well, second behind Roberts is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries at 46%. Third, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken at 45%. Kamala Harris comes in at 41%. 41 for Kamala, 40. How's that possible? Kamala's got a higher approval rating than Joe? No way. No way. But that's the numbers for what they're worth. Scarecrow, Casual Friday. Good morning.
Well, you certainly took it that direction there, Steve, with that story about the pooch and the envelope of money there.
How about that?
It's understood, though. Some dogs are just plain chewers. We caught that story last night on the evening program. The suggestion was that the envelope and or the money had been in a restaurant that it had maybe taken on, some scent.
Yeah.
That triggered something, in the dog's mind. But yeah, it was. There was a lot of bits and pieces you couldn't recognize as being currency, but poop happens. I guess that's the way to say that. No, we our massive in her early months up to probably about a year of age. And they are chewers to begin with, but if we didn't come home and find a magazine and or any form of paper in shreds, it was an unusual, event. She just loved to shred, and I don't recall if she swallowed anything like that, but she even got into. My wife had I think it was a Kindle reader. I think that's what they were called. Steve, I come home and I could not recognize that. You could kind of tell it was some form of electronics, but I had not a clue that it was my bride's reader. And I actually hid it for a day or two. I didn't want her to come home and see that as it was, but it was surprising. She got over it. She used it as an excuse to invest in a bigger and better, unit. So
wow,
yeah, there's that. That Epstein story. One of the reports earlier in the program and during the news, it still mentioned that some names are still deleted, and it followed up with for obvious reasons. Well, all I could think of is maybe if they're minors' names or such, but but that was the only time I heard that expressed. So either way, it'll end up going away. It will. When the biggest names that we recognize, when they don't have the ties that the juicy ties, I guess that's the way to put it. When that goes away, the interest in the whole thing will go away, and his demise, that'll die and go away too. Everybody will finally lose interest in it. But moving on, that snow. Well, Steve, I had given that our snow removal equipment has not turned the wheel, and up until this last forecast years, I had plans to actually load the tractors and generators up, snow shovels and whatnot, and head it east or west southwest, try and get in behind that storm, and then the plan was going to be, Steve, I was going to give out your personal phone number, and callers could give you a call as time went by as to where the snow was progressing, and I could follow the tail of that storm and help out, clearing the snow of fellow listeners out there. But last report you had, it sounded like I may need that up here in Wisconsin here. Early next week.
So, yes, sir.
So my plan is changing now. As far as releasing your personal phone number, we'll dwell on that. We'll think about that. But oh man, Steve, I sent an email kind of a story early yesterday, forenoon or such. It's a picture of a heavy haul.
Yes.
It's an industrial hammer, forging hammer. Now, I didn't read the story word for word, but it was delivered down to a facility in Cudahy, a foundry, and Cudahy is a burb of Milwaukee. Now, my son's father-in-law actually worked there for 40-plus years. Now, he passed away of brain cancer about 2 months back now. But my son, he became kind of well-versed with what takes place there and all. He had the tour of it and such. And this hammer, this forging hammer, and this piece that weighs 400,000 pounds, that's what the story said. Now, they currently have one. They're old. I don't know if this is replacing it or in addition to it. And my son said this is the second largest one in the world, the one currently in use there. That there is a larger one in China. And I've seen videos of this thing, Steve. What the way it works, when the hammer is coming down from on top, the base kind of comes up and meets it, and they're primarily used for forming seamless vessels like pressure tanks. I know they've been heavily involved with the aerospace program, nozzles for engines, jet engines, and such. But this new one now, I don't know. Well, I guess that story, it said it'll be involved with that new rocket they're building for the chase back to. So, but these this current one, they say the local taverns and whatnot, within a block or two, that, and as local establishments go, there's decanters and collectibles on shelves and such. Well, they've had to put little lips on the front edge of these shelves, because when this hammer is being used, it's pretty much like Thor actually bringing his
no doubt,
his mighty hammer down, and
400,000 pounds. I mean, I can only imagine.
Oh, it's very interesting because I guess, I don't know, I can't call them ingots, but the big charge of molten, it's not molten either, it's semi-hardened, but when that is struck, why the sparks fly, and it's not a glamour job by any means, but so yeah, that's kind of what the fact that they're involved with the current space race, but there's all kinds of facilities across the country that like to get hooked up with a supply on the supply chain and such, and that is what has kind of driven the replacement demise of the A-10 Warthog. Let's get rid of something that's completely successful, and what it amounts to, it's generating all new income for, when the bids go out for whatever is going to replace it. Well, then that particular senator from that given state that's producing that particular piece, he can thump his chest for, look at the business I've brought home, Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Warthog is scheduled to be, replaced now, and then we heard from Anonymous early in the program there. Now, is he professing or suggesting that he's the second smartest in the world, in the country, or in the listener audience? That's quite a variable there.
I believe his profession is possibly the second smartest in the world, because we know Doc Holliday is number one. Could very well be.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and as he shared, we spoke yesterday, morning after the program, and I just trying to get the details, squared away here and such. Now, Steve, I'm not a person to narc on a fellow driver, although there's been a couple, 3 over the years that have made my list. Now, Steve, I'm really afraid that Horsefeather there broke one of the cardinal rules of petroleum hauling. He flat told me that they're not allowed to be in the trucks while they're on the either loading or unloading and all. But now this thing about the Amish wheels on the vehicles, this is the first I've heard about that. Now that didn't come up in conversation. Now my thoughts of that had to come from a deep sleep dream. And all I can think of, I know he got out of the truck, but I'm guessing he got back in that truck and fell asleep, and that's where this thought of putting Amish buggy wheels on our vehicles for highway use, that has to be where that came from. Now, I'm sure we're going to hear from him again before the end of the program, and he can maybe set us all straight on how this took place. But if we hear that pump on that truck is burnt out, we'll know for darn sure what happened. So that's what I have for you tonight, Steve. Have a pleasant weekend, man.
Thank you. And yes, have a great casual Friday. Yeah, and a good weekend as well. Yeah, I saw that post from Hot Shot Secret this past day. And I got Rubber Duck shared it several hours ago. We're all hearing it's wintertime, right? And it's time to be treating that fuel, especially if you're northern tier of the country and the real cold stuff's coming on. The Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. There's actually a location, maybe this will be the first of others to come, where you can purchase right from the pump, and it's already blended in. Did you know you can get Hot Shot Secret straight from the pump at Chap Oil Company? Here's what they had to say about Hot Shot Secret adding it to their fuel. Every gallon of diesel at this location is treated with everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense additive. We've all been fans of the EDT product in our personal diesel vehicles for years. We thought it was time to make it available to our customers right there at the pump. That's the Chaps Oil Company, Chaps Landing there in Huron, on Huron Road in New Boston, Michigan. Got a couple of photographs there. Looks like a pretty nice location. Sunoco is the brand that they're, but yeah, you got your Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with winter defense available right there at the pump. And of course, if you're not going to be driving by Chaps Landing, you can order your everyday diesel treatment with winter defense online at hotshotsecret.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
back at it on a Friday, casual Friday. 5-7, how we doing out there?
Well, doing pretty good. Want to answer Eagle. He said, Bill Clinton, what would he be going to Epstein's Island for? Well, what come to mind was, Eagle, have you seen Hillary Clinton lately? Also, there was a meme that come out on Facebook. I didn't bother with answering it, but it showed Rudy Giuliani is bankrupt, filed for bankruptcy, and now the judge is trying to go file around the bankruptcy laws and take money. He basically wants to starve him to death, take all his defense away from him. And they're in the meme that says, well, you see, this is people that were around Trump. You know, why ain't Trump helping him? You know, it was a negative Trump ad. Well, if any of y'all see this, let me answer that for you, Sundance. That court said Donald Trump could not influence any of his co-defendants. And that means to Rudy Giuliani. His hands are tied for helping his friends. So let's remember that. Let's see. We're talking about insurrection. Well, you know, I'd say what it looks like sitting back and listening. Trump only had 80% of his followers out there, and he told them to go peacefully protest. And when they started getting violent, you know, he had no control over the Antifa, over BLM, and the FBI. I mean, and the other, and I've clearly seen a yellow jacket, gray Capitol policeman shoving people in the Capitol in one video. We've seen Ray Epps. That was a scam right there. Look what he got. He ain't even did nothing, and he pushed people into committing crimes. We've seen now Don Bongino mentioned that they were shooting rubber bullets into the crowd, and in a video, I have not seen that yet. I haven't heard that, and I've seen Dan Bongino mention it, and then they're just showing the clip of the people reacting to that being shot. I'll tell you what I'm thinking is going to happen, because it don't make sense. By the 6th month, they're going to be so screwed up on our politics, and we're going to war. You know, these are the same people that said they didn't have anything to do with the explosion that blew up the pipeline, and now there was an explosion at old Salami's, memorial there in Iran. They want a war. That way, Biden could declare, declare the Constitution suspended, and because we're at war, and I could just see this happening, but they're not going to let Donald Trump in there, and just like Kennedy, I don't believe he would ever get close. But and finally, where our Supreme Court? They're sitting up there. Are they not looking at what's happening to our country?
Yeah, and why have they not jumped on that, like right now? Yeah, that take it up right now, end this once and for all, right? But yeah, we'll be right back.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is pushing back on border security as Republicans toured border crossings near Eagle Pass, Texas on Wednesday. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters that Republican lawmakers...
What they're doing is they're not doing their job. They want us to deliver on things that matter to them.
Republicans argue, though, there also needs to be significant policy changes within the administration to slow down the flow of immigrants. And there is much anticipation today about the impending release of the Epstein list. 170 unredacted names of people that were connected to the Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking ring could be released as soon as today. The list could have some very powerful individuals' names on it, but it's believed several of the identities included will remain anonymous for various reasons. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, there's our friend Steve in Columbus. Hey there. Checking in via email this morning. Morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Finally Friday. Closing out the week, looking forward to a much-needed restful weekend. Those short weeks always seem like they take forever to get through, don't they? It's a very chilly 16 degrees in central Ohio this morning, so I suppose it's time to head into town, get the old trash truck warmed up. Everybody enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend. All right. Maybe we'll find something precious metal in the scrap today, right? Brother Rambler, happy Friday.
Well, praise God, Brother Steve. Glad to be on the air with you. And hello, all the affiliates on the AM and AM band and everyone listening to the Steve Summers app and everyone listening on Facebook. Glad you are on with us. And praise God, Steve. I heard, folks talking about University of Alabama. I'm like, well, I figured I needed to call and check in. So you got any big plans for the weekend besides taking down Christmas lights?
Yeah, I did most of the outside stuff earlier this week. I suppose it's time to get in the attic, get all those tubs down, and take all the inside stuff down.
That is correct.
Time to get the tree down, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yep. We're going to be doing that also, and also going to get the tree taken down at the Determined Ministries Church and everything else put back up. Steve, before I forget, I wanted to make mention of this. I meant to make mention of this last time I called. Before I refound you, I was listening to Coast to Coast with George Norrie, and on Friday nights when you're not live, I still listen to Coast with George Norrie. And 2 weeks ago, that show had a bad loss. Ian Punnett, one of the fill-in hosts, he was one of my favorite. He was one of Art Bell's fill-in hosts. We lost Ian Punnett, and to a brief illness. Come to find out, Ian Punnett, who says that before he had to take a sabbatical and he lost his battle with liver cancer, said the last time he had drank alcohol was all the way back when he was a very young man and in college. And he got a rare liver disease that turned into cancer, and he was on a transplant list. And he got the diagnosis back in November. Brother, he was gone before Christmas. Matter of fact, I think he passed away the day before Christmas. So rest in peace, Ian Punnett, who was on Twitter, formerly Twitter, now X, as Deacon Punnett. So yeah, that was a tough loss. And like I said, a lot of times, you listen, you kind of roll your eyes at some of the things that is said and stuff, but some of it is pretty good. And he has some pretty good guests on. He would fill in for us. So God rest his soul. Also, Steve, I got a text from Mary Ann tonight, and she hadn't responded back to me. Mary Ann says she's going home from the hospital on January the 11th. Now, I've been out of tune, but this is the same Mary Ann. If this is the same person, and I believe our sweet sister from Montana, brother, this poor lady's been for Christmas. This lady's been in the hospital, I think. Pretty good while.
I think it's darn near back to nearly Thanksgiving. I mean, she spent. Yes, it's been over a month. Yeah.
Yes, and God bless her. God bless Mary Ann, and I'm glad that January the 11th they said that she's finally going to go home, and I'm happy about that. Steve, Determined Ministries Church, we go live at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, and the Lord's got such a great message. Now, Steve, we're not all perfect, but have you ever asked yourself, being a follower of Jesus Christ, have you ever sat down, especially whenever trial in your life happens, and says, God, why me? I love you. Why are you allowing me to go through this trial? Have you ever asked yourself that? I know I have. And I know several other people have weekends, God's children. If you turn into Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, live on Facebook, we're going to get into this. Why must God's people sometimes have to suffer? And we're going to get into this. and we're going to back everything up with Scripture. God's children, you can either believe me or not believe me, but I'm standing right here today, and I can tell you, the God that I serve, I've been in His presence through dreams and through visions. And let me tell you something, God's children, and you hear this from me. There is no other love greater, no other awareness greater than I've ever felt, being in the very presence of my Lord and my Savior. I know times get tough, and I know these last 4 years it has been tough, and I made for the last 3 years to see the way the church has grown.
I think Brother Ray, I think he may have dropped off the abyss there. I hate when that happens, but all right. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. He may try to dial us back up there, but see if we can get Senor. Is that Heat Wave? Yes, sir.
See, Senor. Listen, I was listening to that Sundance, and he said Rush Limbaugh lost his hearing due to taking too much Viagra.
That's what he was alluding to. It was the Vicodin. Vicodin is well known to cause hearing issues.
Yeah, that's. I was going to mention that it was either Vicodin or OxyContin, one or the other.
Yeah,
over the years, on the road listening.
I've had dental procedures done, and even taking Vicodin for like 5 or 6 days. Yeah, I definitely could start having it's like I can't hear right. Vicodin has a profound impact on the hearing, especially if you take it on a regular basis. Yep.
So I was hoping you had corrected him, but I was listening to the directions to get to the hotel here. And Pup, I'll give you a holler in just a little bit. But I tell you what, it really shows the ignorance of some people, Sundance, to come up with that damned excuse. Oh, he lost his hearing because he had a long hard-on with Viagra. No, you idiot. Why don't you come up with some concrete evidence instead of just blowing BS out your mouth like the rest of your other jackass friends out there? I mean, come on. There is no way to meet in the middle when you come up with stupid crap like that. If you were even close to being right, I could go with it. But you're not even close, man. So, as one of the other radio listeners say, we need people like Sundance to show the ignorance of the left and why we need to vote people in that are for the people instead of just blowing sunshine and smoke up your britches. So, anyways, other than that, Senor, I'm going to hit the hay. You have yourself a good night, and let's do this again Monday.
Well, to some extent, if you hadn't figured it out, I think if he got your dander up, he probably succeeded. That's his goal. He's just looking to get under somebody's skin.
He's just an idiot. I know.
It is Friday. There you go. TGIF. Yeah, it's like I said the previous night. He's just starting the year off with a bang, right? Yeah, it is. What do we got? Real quick before I get back to the calls, and I think Rambler was able to get back online. It was our crime in the streets, out of control. Yeah, Washington, D.C., Chicago. Last weekend, D.C.'s crime spiral took a new turn this week when actually a flyer calling for shoplifters to unite and ransack a local grocery store was discovered outside a vacant building in Columbia Heights. Like they're posting flyers were on the billboard there. Shoplifters unite. Take everything that's not nailed down. Bust windows, the flyer stated. Calling on people to reportedly ransack a Safeway location in the city, the grocery store. found on an empty storefront window. According to the outlet, they didn't post the flyer's message in its entirety. It's not clear who posted the flyer and if their intentions to ransack the Safeway are legitimate. But one local shopper said it's a bunch of crap. I mean, that's what I think. I see people come into Safeway right here. I see them take stuff and steal. I don't say anything. Yeah, the guard's right there. He sees it too. He don't do anything. Retail theft has exploded across the country in recent years, most notably in California, where the smash and grabs are rampant. Shoplifting has led to dozens of stores shutting their doors. Study published by Forbes Advisor in November found that Washington, D.C. had the second highest retail theft index out of any city examined in the study, and it's costing residents an average of $336 per person. Just last month, 5 suspects were spotted carrying out a smash and grab at a Chanel store, making off with $250,000 of merchandise, while one suspect deployed a fire extinguisher as a distraction to cause confusion. Shoplifters have also been stealing shopping carts full of laundry detergent from a grocery store less than a mile from the U.S. Capitol. A D.C. CVS store pulled toilet paper from the shelves in November, replacing the products with actually framed versions of a photo, and you'd have to go ask an employee to retrieve the item as they're stealing toilet paper. In Washington, D.C., violent crime riddled in 2023. Police data showing violent crime increased by nearly 40%. The city recorded the highest number of homicides in 26 years last year, with 274. Carjackings nearly doubled compared to 2022 and have been compounded by youths in the city who've increasingly been accused of carrying out violent carjackings and even murders. Report from the Washington Free Beacon in September found 63% of carjacking arrests involved youths. In the first 9 months of 23, Washington, D.C. police arrested 458 juveniles for robbery, homicide, or assault with a dangerous weapon. It's the kids. 13, 14, 15 years old. Carjackings, robberies, homicides, out on the streets. I'll take you to Chicago, no stranger to headlines of that nature. But over the past weekend, hundreds of teenagers, stormed the streets of downtown Chicago, smashing car windows, attacking bystanders, sending panicked tourists running from the sound of gunfire. Where are the parents? That's the question. One woman who identified as a Chicago native spoke to the local Fox affiliate as this all played out in downtown Chicago Saturday night. Fox News cameras captured video of teens crowding the streets, police trying to restore order, large groups of teens blasting music from Bluetooth speakers, roaming in front of traffic, some trying to gain access into the city's Millennium Park, which is off limits to those under the age of 21 after certain hours, as well as the Downtown Art Institute. Some teens in the group began jumping up and down on people's cars, smashing windows, attacking people inside. One woman said her husband was attacked from the driver's side of his vehicle and beaten after a group of teens jumped up and down on the windshield. That man was taken to the hospital. Hundreds of police, assisted by SWAT teams, descending on downtown in an attempt to restore order, as gunfire was reported multiple times amid the unfolding scene. Just out of control. Police seen escorting frightened tourists back to their cars or hotels to escape the chaos. On Chicago's Michigan Avenue ground to a halt as police tried to restore order. Police say one 6-year-old was shot in the arm near the Chicago Loop. And a 17-year-old was shot in the leg. Fox News reported the chaos appeared to be another, what they call, teen takeover that was planned using social media. There was a similar scene that played out last year in Chicago. One Chicago native says, I understand kids having a good time, but this is simply bad parenting. We have to do better as parents. Our kids shouldn't be out there. Where are you kids? Where's your kids on a Friday, Saturday night? All right, we'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me get back at it here. All right, you lost your signal, brother Ambler. Welcome back.
I know. It's always that one little old spot. Now I'm glad you played the commercial for Staybill, because I was going to say, hey, go visit Gold Eagle Brands and get you some of that Staybill, because I don't know about you, Steve, but I know I sit around full of gas, and I needed something to treat it. We got the over-the-counter stuff to go treat it, but what kind of stuff do you need to treat your gas for your tiller lawnmower? Everything you use for summertime stuff. Hey, Staybill, there it goes, and I definitely use it. But back to what I was saying, Steve, I've been in the presence of my Lord. I know how He is. I know who He is. And you'll never deny me, brother. I tell you what, you can never convince me that there ain't no God, especially when I've been in His presence. I know the Lord. I'm glad I know Him. And you know what? You just got to remember what Psalms 35 says. His anger endureth for a moment. Weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. And Steve, God bless you, man. I tell you what, we got some of the best listening audience there is, and even old Sundance Kid. Listen, guys, old Sundance is your old-time radio Rambo. That's what he does. He is the old-timey antagonist. You're so mad that you be pulled over on the shoulder ready to fight, and he's driving by, laughing at you. If he's on the West Coast, he's on Channel 17, going up I-5, but if he's anywhere else, he's on Channel 19, laughing, going by. So don't let it get to you, God's children. And remember this, I want you to come on out and be with us. You got any song requests? We sing these, see, we like singing these old-timey gospel songs. And I ain't the world's best singer. My God, I don't ever want to be or even claim to be the world's best singer. But if you got any of them old-timey gospel songs, let us know. My mother, she'll come play the piano for us, and we'll sing some of your old-timey gospel songs and preach what God gives us to preach. And if you don't know Jesus Christ by the end, we always get that altar call, always get that altar call to get it right then and there. And Steve, I'm going to tell you what, we may go through some trials, and I know, one trial that you went through was whenever your old job, ousted you, but you know what? God made sure you landed on your feet. Are we all perfect? No, sir, no, ma'am, we're not. But God does love us. And, Steve, you can go to the Webster's Dictionary, look up grace and mercy. You'll see a different definition. But do you know what God's definition of grace and mercy is?
What is it?
God's definition of grace and mercy is God's greatness to an undeserving humanity. God's greatness to an undeserving humanity. And God's children, I love you. Y'all have a great weekend, and remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, well, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. Send us your song request, prayer request. We're going to pray for you. We're going to love you, and just come on and be with us. God bless you, Steve. You have a great weekend, my friend. We'll talk to you later.
You do the same. Thank you so much. All right, let me see. We don't have a lot of time, but I believe, who we got on board there? Is that Baby Bear?
It's CB.
Oh, CB, it said Baby. So we actually had an email from Baby Bear earlier this morning. I thought that might have been. Well, hello, CB. What's going on? Happy New Year.
Hey, well, Happy New Year to you, too. Yeah, we just, hauling went down. We just had to get us another job. We're out here working nights again, hauling gas.
Hauling gas. All right. Tanker yanker.
Yep. Yeah, tanker yanker. Yep. So well, there's about 4 of us now doing it. Some of us working for Love's. I'm working for Casey's there. So, hey, just got to get it done. We're just trying to get the rest of my 5 years in so I can get out of this job and go to do something else.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Retire.
So back on the night shift, so you'll have the chance to chime in a little more often to say hey, see what's going on.
Yes, I will. Yep. I just started. I got back, just started listening to it 2 nights ago. I figured I'd call in and tell everybody hi.
That's great. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks so much.
You too. Thanks. Talk to you, Steve. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
There you go. Yeah, have a great weekend. Be safe out there. All right, we're about out of time here, so I guess we'll call it a day. We'll call it a week. We'll roll into the weekend. As Rambler said, yep, that'll be. Princess hadn't said anything about it, but I know I think she was talking to my mom this past evening about taking her Christmas tree down this weekend. It's a sad time. You pack it on, and then everything just seems so bland after you take all the decorations down. You ever notice that? All right. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you back at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday morning. Get a full work week underway. Hope you'll join us then for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I